Guess who's here? Why did that go all in the red? Why was that a thing? Why did my microphone fuck swap? And why am I louder than I was before? And I thought I fixed my microphone. I thought it was all well said and done. Because it sounded good. Okay. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So, while I was taking a dump, I scrolled on my phone and I found something. Epstein files expose Ellen DeGeneres as Hollywood's most prolific cannibal. Oh, who could have guessed that the horrible, ugly woman is a horrible, ugly woman? Who could have guessed that? Who could have guessed that? Who could have? I mean, with the exception of everyone. The more people pretend to be a good person, the worse of a person they are. That has been true forever. Literally forever. There is not one case, I believe, but but that's not the case. So let's watch this shit. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Jeffrey Epstein and his Hollywood elite circle have been exposed as cannibals. Not rumours, not whispers. Hard evidence from the files. Babies in fridges. Jerky as code. Rituals that will make your blood run cold. An entire grotesque subculture of trafficking, consumption and depravity on an industrial scale that has been blown wide open. And at the rotten heart of it for years, according to Epstein Files investigators, Ellen DeGeneres, the daytime TV queen who smiled into America's living rooms while allegedly orchestrating horrors in the shadows.
And no one is surprised. I mean, if you at this point are surprised by anything like that, you are retarded. You shouldn't be surprised by shit like that. Always expect the people that are nice on the outside to be the most horrible people possible. Always.
They called it conspiracy, they called it rumour. But nightmares like this don't disappear. They get buried. And what's buried long enough starts to rot. Buckle up. We're going deep. And we're not pulling any punches. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Back in 2016, I was the first person to dig deep into the leaked Podesta emails. And what they uncovered was explosive. Those emails were packed with code words, terms straight out of an FBI paedophile handbook. Words like pizza and pasta. That pointed to something far darker than dinner plans. So is it any surprise that Jeffrey Epstein's own emails from around the same time period?
And by the way, that all has to be proven to be correct. All of it. The code words from back then that were said, oh, you conspiracy theorists, oh, you're all crazy. They're all used in their communication. All of it. All. It's crazy.
Were loaded with exactly the same suspicious terms. Pizza, pasta, again and again. Take a look at these emails sent to Epstein by Kanya Shuliak. But if anything, Epstein's emails contain a whole new level of code word horror. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has seen the unredacted files, describing 11-year-olds and permission to kill. She confirmed the use of code words in Epstein's emails, including jerky.
I looked directly at the emails that have been widely circulated pertaining to the age 11, and I have it written down on my notes, the permission to kill email, the Snow White, the littlest girl was naughty, etc., and some of them pertaining to, jerky, whatever that is. Yeah.
And so, and so just quick follow, what is jerky? Like, what is that exactly?
I think that's the question. I don't know if it's like, and again, like going into specifically just based on what this is, I don't know.
It's a code
the
word.
Context
It
is
has to be a code word. Nobody talks about jerky like this.
Weird.
Yeah, it's a code word, and it's highly likely that it's human meat. That's what, they say that it is. And, well, seeing who we are talking about and their behavior, it is.
Yeah, it's a code word, and it's weird.
We've been warning the world for over a decade now. Depraved members of the elite are cannibals, utterly obsessed with consuming child meat.
LA's elite cannibal restaurant boasts Katy Perry, Meryl Streep, Chelsea Clinton as members. Is anyone surprised? I'm not.
We've been dismissed as tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists, even though everybody in Hollywood knows the truth. The evidence is undeniable, hiding right there in plain sight.
It's not undeniable. People will deny everything they can to get away with their shit. That's what they always do. Literally always.
We weren't wrong, we were early. Now, thanks to the Epstein files, the world is finally catching up.
Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. We'll walk the jerky over to...
No one talks about jerky or any food like that. You don't walk a pizza over to someone. You bring the pizza. You don't walk it. In what language would you use that? Not in English.
Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't remember checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. JE said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending
Epstein's ranch. It's said that there are bodies buried on Epstein's former ranch which is now owned by someone else. Yeah.
Jerky to your attention overnight, I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant's called...
I forgot about this from his video, from Asmongold's video. I forgot about that there was the cannibal restaurant in it. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the cannibal restaurant is in on it. Yeah, who could have guessed?
Called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it, beef jerky and steak.
We've been sounding the alarm about this restaurant for years, warning everybody who would listen that something truly horrific is going on behind closed doors. And what happened? The usual suspects stepped in. Snopes, all the big fact checkers, they rushed to debunk our reporting. They flat out declared that the elite do not consume human flesh, and that no such restaurant even exists.
Of course they would do that. Always remember, someone has to pay the fact checkers, right? And who is that? Right. Always remember. If someone is getting paid to fact check something, why wouldn't they just go with whatever the people that pay them tell them to say? I mean, isn't that very obvious?
How inconvenient for them that is listed right there in the Epstein files. For the record, confirmed restaurant guests include Chelsea and Hillary Clinton, Meryl Streep, Don Lemon, and Justin Trudeau's new partner, Katy Perry. And that was just the week we had an inside source providing details. Mexican model Gabriela Rico Jimenez wasn't crazy. She wasn't making it up. Back in 2009, this 21-year-old broke down in hysterics right outside a luxury hotel, screaming the unthinkable. She had just witnessed VIPs consuming human flesh.
¡Comieron humanos! ¡Asquerosidad! ¡Comieron humanos! Yo no estaba enterada de nada. Que había, o sea, los asesinatos sí, pero que habían comido humanos. ¡Humanos!
The depravity of the elite truly knows.
When I remember correctly, she disappeared after that video. So we all know what happened, right? Right? They killed her. What else would they do? Well, they probably also tortured her beforehand. You know, the usual what evil people do.
Knows no bounds. What we've seen exposed with Jeffrey Epstein and his inner circle, the trafficking, the abuse, the sheer evil, feels almost tame when you start peeling back the layers of what goes on in Hollywood. According to insiders, Ellen DeGeneres introduced Jeffrey Epstein and his island crew to the pleasures of human flesh. And in Los Angeles...
Wait. She introduced them to it? Oh. I thought she was just one of them. But no, oh. So she's even more disgusting than I thought. Wow, now I'm surprised. I didn't know she was that disgusting. Guess I was wrong.
Ellen is responsible for force-feeding hundreds, if not thousands, of unsuspecting friends, as well as members of the public, with human meat. We've got the details after this important word from our sponsor.
Oh my god.
Today's sponsor is AffordableRxStore.com. The price of medicine in America has skyrocketed.
2 years ago, Joe Tippin says he was told to go home, call hospice, and say his goodbyes. The doctors were unanimous.
Here's who's been a frequent guest at Diddy and Chrissy Teigen, a friend of Ellen DeGeneres who's been a frequent guest at Diddy and Obama parties for decades, has made it clear that she's open to eating human flesh.
What?
Here she is pleading her case for cannibalism.
If the person okayed it, I would eat a human. If you were at a very fancy restaurant and they were like a tiny piece of human meat.
No. I think the only way
you wouldn't try a tiny bite?
No.
Really?
Teigen didn't walk it back. She doubled down. She said that she's bored with normal food, and it's time for humanity to become more open-minded about the ingredients used in fine dining restaurants.
Wait, what?
Do you really eat human? I mean, what body part would you eat? Haven't you been to that Bodies exhibit down on right? Have you been there?
I've been there.
I feel like we've eaten everything. Like everything has been eaten in fine dining. What's one thing that hasn't been served?
These attitudes run rampant in Hollywood, according
Wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that's rampant in Hollywood. I have to remind you guys. Societies that eat human meat, they are all primitive shitholes. When was the last time you have seen a tribe that is cannibalistic and they are not a shithole? When? And you can't go with them because they are living in a society that's not cannibalistic. They are cannibals in a non-cannibalistic society. It's yeah. Foods for thought.
to multiple insiders who've come forward with horrifying revelations. They claim that babies are kept whole in refrigerators, stored cold and intact, just like an ordinary suburban family might keep whole chickens ready for the table.
And guess what? They are pushing for post-birth. Oh God, how's it called? I forgot. Oh my God, my English. Abortion. There it is. Post-birth abortion. So what does it mean? Literally just killing babies. And guess who wants to legalize that? These people. They want that. And they push it to, you know, all those brave feminists that are totally not controlled by people with money. Yeah. Could have guessed.
When I knew Ellen, she was already a household name. She had a full staff, including a personal chef trained in Paris. The kind who turned lentils into sculpture. But when it came to certain meals, she didn't let him touch a thing. There was a separate kitchen on her property, stainless steel, private entrance, no security cameras inside. The chef handled the sauces, the garnishes, the staging, but she insisted on doing the hard part herself. Said it grounded her, said it made the energy right. She wore a chef's hat like it was a crown. She believed consumption was transformation, that youth could be taken in, that...
Yeah, that's also a thing with cannibals. They believe that, you know, the power of the other person goes into them when they consume them. That's literally a thing that, you know, cannibals on some island believe, and, well, obviously she. There's zero evidence for anything like that. Zero. The people are just fucking retarded.
Vitality could be absorbed. She talked about ancient rites, about elites throughout history who understood what the masses didn't. It wasn't framed as cruelty. It was framed as tradition. The dumplings were her signature, folded carefully, almost lovingly, served at private dinners first. Studio heads, rising stars, political donors. She would watch as they ate. Not hungrily, not nervously, but with that sociopathic calm, studying their faces.
Well, she is a sociopath. I mean, everything we now know about her, it's very obvious that she's a sociopath. It's very, very obvious. She's completely nuts.
They complimented the seasoning, the texture. She would smile. And she wasn't an anomaly. That was the part that still keeps me up. There were whispers, other estates, other gatherings, special occasions, contracts signed over candlelight, refrigeration units in basements stocked with whole babies marinating in special sauces, jokes about saving something rare for a premiere or an award win. You heard enough and you stopped reacting. It wasn't about appetite. It was about power, and crossing a boundary so absolute that everyone at the table became complicit. Once you shared that secret, whatever you believe you'd consumed, you are bound to the group. No one betrays a circle that can destroy them. She even brought the dumplings to a few tapings of her show. Homemade, she said with that psychopathic grin. Audience members lined up for samples. Crew grabbed them between segments.
Oh, I wanna see. I mean, there have to be videos of that, right? If it happened in your TV show, it has to be there somewhere.
I remember holding one, feeling the warmth in my palm, and realizing the real performance wasn't happening on camera. It was happening in plain sight. She didn't have friends, not real ones, just people she elevated, humiliated, tested. Feeding them was part of the game, a private torment disguised as generosity. This was all in the past. Houses get sold, staff get rotated out. Ellen was destroyed because everyone hated her. But the industry doesn't cleanse itself, it just rebrands.
When people hear whispers about elites crossing forbidden lines, they focus on the shock. But biology doesn't care about status. Kuru is real, a neurological disease linked to ritual cannibalism. Tremors, cognitive collapse, a slow visible decline that no PR team can spin. So for those at the top engaging in cannibalism, the fallout won't stay hidden forever. Symptoms don't sign NDAs. And when powerful figures suddenly retreat from public life, citing health issues, private recovery, or stepping back from the spotlight, it raises serious questions.
At least now it does. And I hope someone or some people look into it.
Some taboos don't just cost you morally, they cost you physically.
This is one of the most disturbing videos found in the Epstein files. In the video, Epstein is filming himself very closely. You can see swelling in his mouth and strange, uncontrolled lip movements.
What the fuck?
At first, the video does not seem shocking. So why did it have such a big impact online? Some internet users connected it to a very rare and deadly disease linked to certain practices that cannot be named directly here. This disease is called Kuru, a brain disorder first discovered in the 20th century among people in Papua New Guinea. Kuru is not caused by a virus or bacteria. It is caused by prion, which are damaged proteins that slowly destroy the brain. It works in a similar way to mad cow disease. What looks strange in the video is not the mouth swelling, because Kuru does not cause visible swelling. The strange part is the uncontrolled mouth movements. In brain diseases, early signs can include loss of muscle control and speech problems.
Here's the
So the thing that he still is alive might not be true simply because of that shit. And yes, some people say that he might still be alive. And I even thought that a little bit, that there is a chance. I mean, there still is a chance. It's not big, but it's there.
real danger. If we're not careful, the Epstein files are going to become the Building 7 of our generation. Smoking gun evidence, buried by the government and the mainstream media, both determined to gaslight the public once again. This is why the elite are desperate to censor the masses and ban free speech.
Of course.
One of the global elite's most powerful weapons, a weapon few people realise is a weapon, is the VPN on your laptop or your phone right now. Industry leader
More ads.
Proton is funded and controlled by the World Economic Forum, and Israel has brought up the rest of the most popular VPNs in the world, including ExpressVPN, CyberGhost, and private internet access. The Truth Movement, our movement, is...
Yeah, the moment you know the World Economic Forum is involved in something, you know it's evil. You know.
It's at a critical crossroads right now. We're facing its gravest test yet as we speak. That's why we're revealing the first trustless VPN, VP.net.
Of course. So it is an ad.
So that even if it wanted to spy on you, it couldn't. Even if the feds...
Okay. Video over. Yeah. Who could have guessed that Ellen DeGeneres is a cannibal? Who could have? More evil people doing evil shit. Jesus, this is so depressing. So fucking depressing. But yeah, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. This is just... Oh boy. So, wanna watch something more fun? How about that? We watch something more fun. How about some VTuber drama? Damn, I hope I don't get sick. That would be shit. Let's watch this. Jealous VTuber accuses streamer of viewbotting, instantly gets exposed as a hypocrite. Man, so that's not the first time within 1 year that Demi catches straits for being a cunt. By the way, I have watched Demi for a while, I think 2 or 3 months. And then I stopped because of some shit she said. And I never really was into her content. I mean, I kind of, because I watched her, but I always had the feeling that something's off. Something's off.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. Sorry for the bit of a lackadaisical voice. I just woke up from a nap and I saw absolute chaos on the timeline. So there is a situation where one VTuber is accusing another VTuber
of
viewbotting. In fact, they go further and they say that this particular person is ruining the entire VTubing scene.
Of course, what else would it be? Woman calling other woman a cunt. Yeah, this, the usual.
Now, of course, they provide zero evidence for anything they're claiming, but they're talking about this individual right here, Olivia Monroe, who right now is one of the top female Twitch streamers. And here's her account. And let me make this very clear. I have no allegiance to...
Me neither, but looking at this, I wish I had. And yes, tits and nice thighs and face and all of that. Yeah, that you know. Oh, look, cute chick. Yeah, sure. Nice.
This person. I don't know them. I've never watched a single stream. I could care less about this person, but what's being alleged against them is crazy. It's completely unfounded and, as we'll see, hypocritical. So, what are we talking about? Well, the accuser on the left here, Demi, has this chart with her statistics on Twitch.
Okay.
Versus Olivia Monroe, the person she's accusing of viewbotting. Get ready for this. Oh my goodness. It's the exact same. I cannot believe this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the...
Yeah, it looks the same to me too. What's going on?
Accuser right here, Demi, who is just a disabled loud gamer who made this tweet yesterday saying, why is nobody talking about the blatant viewbotting in the VTubing sphere? Well, there's certainly a viewbotting issue on Twitch.
Oh yeah, there is.
Undeniable,
massive.
Big issue. But the issue is, who is doing the viewbotting? Now, as much as I criticize Hassan Piker, by the way, there's accusations that he's viewbotting, and I've said, I don't think he is the one putting in his credit card details to make sure that he's getting botted. I think other people are doing that. No.
Oh yeah, other people botting streamers is a problem that exists. It's literally undeniable. Because it's simple that viewbotting costs a lot of money. And some people getting being viewbotted that don't have enough money to viewbot themselves. Not, at least not in those numbers.
Nobody can control an outside force view botting another person. Okay? It happens. It's very real on Twitch, but of course, this person is ignoring that reality. Now, of course, they've been very quick to defend others who are being accused of view botting. This tweet right here is referring to the burnt peanut and people thinking that he's view botting or being botted himself against his own intentions. And she said, "This looks very normal. It's ads." So she's been very staunch in her defense of other people being accused of view botting. And, well, people are asking, like, with your vague posts, it's like, who are you talking about? Like, if you're going to call out a issue, like, who are you talking about? If you're going to call out an issue in the VTubing sphere, give some specific examples. And this was something that people, including VTubers, were asking in the replies, saying, "I love you, Demi, but it's kind of ironic to vague post about this." This is why no one is talking about it. Nobody says any names. So I genuinely have no idea who you're talking about. If there are people who are blatantly view botting, they should be called out in order for anything to change. And she says, sorry, the vague post, it wasn't intentional. I just wanted to see the thoughts of Twitter before I said anything.
What? That's retarded. Why would you listen to Twitter? Twitter is full of retarded people. You have to know it. You are on it. I mean, I'm on it. Occasionally. Oh, I hate Twitter. Twitter is so bad. It's so bad. Whenever I go on Twitter, my brain starts to hurt. It's so bad. It's horrible. I don't want to be there at all. It's trash. I'm only there because of my streaming and YouTube. And I think I should delete my Twitter because no thanks. It's so bad. I hate it.
What? You were waiting for Twitter's response before you decided to actually call out specific individuals? That seems weird. But the other VTuber would reply saying, sorry if I came off as pushy or anything. No! Why are you sorry? This person should be challenged on their claims.
Yes.
They're claiming that there's a huge botting issue in the VTubing sphere. You need evidence.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Be more pushy. This person is making a very big claim. And of course, well, they would get specific. After hours of criticism, they would come out and say, the most blatant one I've seen is Olivia Monroe. And
wait, it took hours? It took several hours of being on Twitter and posting back and forth to... Why do these people have so much time to be on Twitter? Is what I want to say, but then again, I have all the time to be on fucking YouTube. Yeah, what are these people doing? At least do something if you have so much free time, do something useful with it. Something, anything. Even I do more.
They would say this live on Twitch.
It's important to talk about this because she is literally ruining for other streamers to get actual sponsors. Once you genuinely, like, do you understand the majority of us streamers, the reason why we stay afloat is because of sponsors? And if ever sponsors start to like question us and etc.,
I will have
literally
to say that
it will fuck
viewbotting
us.
is
It's
just
poisoning the well.
anti-competitive.
It's poisoning for everybody else. So other VTubers are gonna be like, oh yeah, no, we don't want to work with VTubers anymore. This VTuber that we worked with was obviously viewbotting apparently, and we didn't know. Boom. They will never.
Obviously viewbotting apparently. A woman? Maybe stop and think for 5 seconds. What is the sentence? And yes, I know my sentences are sometimes also really shit. But I'm also not a native English speaker. I use English mostly because I barely go out of the house. But still, I mean, think before you talk, at least a little bit.
Work with VTubers anymore. They will associate VTubing with like VBotters, or etc. etc. It ruins everything. Once you poison, it's like, you know what I mean?
Now, of course, like I said, she would not provide any evidence of what she's claiming. She makes this baseless claim in hopes that other people will come out and provide proof, and the proof, as we'll see, is ridiculous and just makes this person look like a viewbotter herself. Now, here is a further claim. She's not just going after this Olivia Monroe individual, she's going after Mythic Talent as well, saying why many other streamers as well are frustrated about this. I spoke to Olivia Monroe's talent agency, Mythic Talent.
That's what she says, but is it true? We don't know.
That most of her viewership are bots. They said it's not their problem. FYI, since she's averaging 5,000 plus viewers of mostly bots, she gets 5 figures per sponsor. These are really serious claims, by the way. She is not just saying these claims against one VTuber. She's now attacking an entire agency.
Yep. And she has zero evidence for that. Zero. She has not shown any evidence. She's just pulling shit out of her ass.
I think a lot of VTubers do not understand how serious their posts on social media are. This is crazy. Like, you could get sued for this.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing. And the funniest thing is, somehow, people are defending this, saying that Olivia Monroe's real concurrent viewer count is likely a lot closer to 400 viewers. Posting this. What do you...
How would they, what? How do they get to that? Subscribers, 194. I wish I had that. New subscriptions, okay. Subscribers, gifted subscriptions. Okay, so that's all the subscribers. 194, okay, okay. No, it's not. What? Gifted subscribers, subscriptions, 332. Resubscribers, 194. New subscriptions, 5. Where's the problem? That's 400, 500, over 500 subscriptions. Where's the problem?
Talking about? How does this show anything? And then people say, looks pretty obvious, referring to Olivia Monroe's current status.
Why?
Am I stupid? All I see right here is growth. Growth happens.
Exactly.
Is growth proof of viewbotting? Or someone actually going out and trying to viewbot themselves? I don't know. But Fallen Shadow would respond to the previous tweet about Mythic Talent, saying, the biggest problem with this is that you're assuming here that the streamer, her agency, and her sponsors are all completely unaware, while someone completely unrelated to all this is. I understand that viewbotting is a huge rampant issue in streaming, but this comes across incredibly inflammatory, and I just can't stand to see you talk about a dear friend of mine this way. The most I will say here, as I won't speak on her behalf, is that Olivia Monroe does not bot her viewership, and neither does any company or brand behind her. There is absolutely nothing you can do if your viewers are being artificially raised by a third party. You can tell your talent management, your partner manager, your sponsors even, but none of these people can do absolutely anything to stop this. I don't know you, and I don't know anything about you, and I have absolutely nothing against you, but please do not talk so confidently and cruelly towards one of the loveliest, brightest, happiest streamers on Twitch. There is no other streamer with her genuine love of good energy and kindness. One viewer or 100,000. Ollie is 1 in a million. Please don't be cruel to her. And of course, people bring up the fact that she was defending the burnt peanut, who, by the way...
What? Who? What? Why does this matter at all? Can you please remind me what you said about this man viewbotting again? What?
Like, yeah, there was controversy about like whether or not he's a VTuber. It doesn't matter. A lot of people watch the guy.
Yeah, okay? No one cares.
And she was defending potential view.
A lot of people in the VTuber community are completely retarded. There are a bunch of retarded gooners that don't know how to be a person. That's why this drama happened. That's all that there is to it.
Botting of this guy, and now she turns around and attacks a fellow VTuber and is very cruel about it. And she even admits in replies here, saying she doesn't even know that a person could be view botted by a third party.
What? That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. She's either lying or she's fucking retarded. How can you... I know that I could go and viewbot another streamer. I know that because I've heard Asmongold talk about shit like that. And yes, if you think about it, of course you can. If you can viewbot your own channel, then you can viewbot other channels. Of course you can. It's not hard to get to that conclusion or that train of thought. Of course you can. If there is a service that sells viewbots for you to use, they don't care where they are being used on. So of course you can viewbot someone else. Of course you can. As long as they get the money, they are happy.
What? You didn't know this could happen, but you're accusing a specific individual in your field of viewbotting? What is this? You look jealous. You look insane. I'm sorry. It doesn't look good. Even someone who has me blocked is pointing this out. But of course, again, looking at her own analytics, Demi could be accused of the same thing. This whole situation is gross. It's annoying. It looks like jealousy. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Good video.
We are seeing people in mass cancel.
Stop it. Good video. Good video. And another case of a woman being jealous of other women's success. Because I can guarantee you that's what this is all about. Jealousy. Because here is the nice miss, and Demi is nowhere to be seen. At all. Yeah, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? It's all jealousy. Jealousy. It's always just jealousy. Who could have guessed that women are jealous? Ooh. We are now doing something really fun. Bud Spencer and Terence Hill, the greatest buddy comedy duo ever. Most likely, yes. I don't know how many movies they have made together, but it's a lot. And as a kid, I think I've seen all their movies. And whenever they were on TV, I watched them because they were so entertaining. It was so fun.
There has never been another duo quite like Bud Spencer and Terence Hill. Through a long series of films, they became international superstars, influenced generations of viewers, and...
Really international? I mean, I know 100% Germany. People of my generation love these guys, especially him. Their movies were always on TV, and people just loved them. Always.
Earth cult status around the world. Their movies still radiate an infectious positivity that makes them almost impossible not to love. In this video, I want to talk about their films, why they still work today, and why I genuinely believe that they are the greatest buddy comedy duo that ever lived. I'm not going to go through all of their movies, there is no point. If you enjoy even one or two Spencer Hill films, you will end up hunting the rest down on your own, and trust me, you won't be disappointed. If you're not familiar with their work and want a good place to start, I would recommend Ace High, also known as Revenge in El Paso. It was only their second time sharing the screen, but it's the first time where the true Spencer Hill dynamic really comes into focus. It's far less cartoony than their later movies and firmly rooted in spaghetti western tradition popularized by Sergio Leone with direction by Giuseppe Colizzi. By the way, he directed a whole trilogy, all starring Bud and Terence with different co-stars. The story is gritty and genuinely fun. I won't spoil it here, but it's a strong, well-written screenplay. The tone is more serious, with real consequences and people actually dying, yet the core dynamics are already fully formed. The bickering, the getting fed up.
I don't remember this movie. From 1968. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Yeah, I totally don't remember this movie. I wonder why. I'm sure I've seen it, but I can absolutely not remember this. I might have seen it once as a kid, and that's it.
The sudden burst of violence, and underneath it all, a deep unspoken understanding between the characters.
Okay, that scene.
The sudden burst of violence, and underneath it all...
I remember that. I absolutely remember that. Okay, I have seen it. Absolutely. 100% I have seen this movie. Because of this scene, I remembered it. But I remember nothing else. Just that slap in that scene. Yeah, I absolutely saw this movie. Ah, lovely. Yeah, man. I'm happy now. I'm happy. Really happy. I go over here. So you can read.
A deep unspoken understanding between the characters.
Like you said, it's gonna be child's play.
Leave it to me.
Hey, Barros! Leave it to me, huh?
Buddy, I didn't force you to come.
Up on them!
And it also stars Eli Wallach. So even if you're not sold on Bud Spencer and Terence Hill just yet, there is at least a familiar, iconic face to ease you in. It's a highly entertaining film and a perfect entry point into their world. Because it is a world, a cinematic universe. And here's why.
Oh yeah, I agree. Oh my god, yeah, I remember this one. Oh, that was so good. One shared cinematic universe. Yeah, absolutely. Man, I miss those movies. They were so fun to watch as a kid. And I hope they still are. My only problem is the dubbing. And yes, of course, in Germany we have dubs. Of course we have. And I kind of can't get over the dubs anymore. Because now as an adult, I see that and I'm like, See, I hear that and I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. You know, because it's that bad. It's that bad. I especially have that now when I see a American movie or show on a German streaming site and it's dubbed and I'm like, disgusting. Why? And then I listen to the original and it sounds nothing like that. And they sometimes even say completely different things. It's horrible.
The secret sauce is quite simple, clear and consistent dynamics. Bud Spencer never needed to be fast. He was the wall. Terence Hill never needed to be strong. He was the spark.
Hi. Damn nation, ain't you glad to see your own brother?
Their roles are crystal clear. Bud absorbs chaos, Terence redirects it. And that clarity is exactly why the comedy lands every single time. If you've seen even one of their films, you instantly understand the relationship. There is nothing to figure out, no shifting.
This movie was fun too. I have no idea where they shot it. I think in Africa somewhere. Man, I think they doubled for rich people, right? That's how it was. I mean, they played the rich people and did their doubles. And they got switched out and then hilarity ensued. It was fun. It was fun to watch. And look back here, you can see these aren't extras. They are actually workers. that look there. What's going on here? Oh, that's also something really charming of old movies. Just random people on the ground looking at the actors and the film crew. It's great.
Power balance, no confusion. It's simple, consistent, and rock solid. Even their acting style reinforces this. Their posture, body language, and overall demeanor tell you everything you need to know before they even say a word. They embody these characters completely, stripped down to their essence. They can be outlaws in the Wild West, drifters who accidentally join the police force and end up solving crimes, or secret agents, again by mistake, taking down epic villains. They are castaway treasure hunters, smugglers in South America, doppelgangers of millionaire moguls in Rio de Janeiro, buggy racers, or wildlife tour guides in Africa. The settings change, the costumes change, but the core elements always stay the same. And yes.
And that's good. Never change a running system. If it works, it works. And it worked very well. Blackie the Pirate. I don't remember this movie at all.
They essentially play the same characters in every movie, and some people use that as criticism, calling them one-dimensional. But here's my take. If something works, the audience loves it, the actors clearly enjoy doing it, and it is actually something truly special, why change it? Why force reinvention just to satisfy a handful of film snob critics who were never going to enjoy a Spencer Hill movie in the first place? There is no point. These films don't need reviews. They need people watching them, and that's exactly what they got.
Yeah. I completely agree. That's why their movies are so good.
These movies are full of action, fights, stunts, and endless brawls, with people constantly getting knocked around. And yet there is no blood, no nasty injuries, nobody dies. At first, you might see an occasional tooth flying out after a particularly heavy punch. That was important, because these films were made for everyone to enjoy, kids included.
In your pictures...
Oh yeah, and I can tell you, as a kid, I loved these movies. They were so incredibly fun for kids. Oh my god, they were so good. So good. Sit a kid in front of one of these movies and they will be entertained for 90 minutes. And then they will tell their friends. And then they watch the movies together. It's awesome. They are the perfect movies for light entertainment. They're just good. Good, fun movies.
Nobody gets killed. There's no real blood. Is that something important to you?
Yeah, it's very important to us.
Terence and I, we don't like the violence. And for this reason, our violence is comic violence.
This isn't violence in the usual sense. It's physical comedy, very much rooted in the vaudeville and silent film traditions. Everything is exaggerated and over the top. Props become weapons, bodies fly through the air, and faces and expressions do half the storytelling.
Yes, and let's go something.
Film traditions. Everything is exaggerated and over the top. Props.
Do I have to say it? These guys wear shit that today is just fetish clothes. And those were the bad guys, the pirates in this movie. Today, you see this shit on Christopher Street Day and certain clubs. Isn't that funny? And yes, that movie also was great fun. It was really, really fun. 1981, man, 1 year before I was born.
Become weapons, bodies fly through the air, and faces and expressions do half the storytelling. What really stands out though is how beautifully choreographed these fights are. You can tell a huge amount of work went into planning and rehearsing them, getting every beat exactly right. It's almost like a dance, with everyone knowing their role and moving in perfect sync with the others.
Neil, the filthy!
That takes real skill and a lot of endurance, especially when you're doing it all with a smile. Even their fighting moves became iconic. Butt's downward head punch, the whole gang piling onto him, only for him to casually toss everyone aside at once. Terence handing a random object to a bad guy mid-fight, confusing him for just a second, and then BAM! And you were waiting for these moments, and when they finally happened, everyone cheered. The sound effects are just as important as the choreography. Every punch lands with an exaggerated crack.
Ready? Ready!
Every hit is under.
It is stupid. It completely is stupid. But it's so fun. And that's why it's good. All the way, boys. Oh god. It sounds like a porn title. A gay porn title. Jesus. Yeah. It's so good to watch this. Man, this is making me really happy. Really, really happy.
Underlined by booming, almost musical impacts, deep, cymbal-like sounds that suggest catastrophic damage without ever making it feel real. It's completely over the top, perfectly timed, and unmistakably cartoonish.
Yeah, this is great.
These sounds don't just sell the hits, they tell you how to feel, turning what could have been violent into something rhythmic, funny, and instantly recognizable. If we are talking about the fights, we have to talk about the bad guys. They are constantly misjudging situations, getting in way over their heads. And inevitably ending up beaten to a pulp in every single movie. And we can't wait for it to happen, because they deserve it, and because watching karma catch up with these guys is just part of the fun. Sure, they usually do something evil to justify it, but the details almost don't matter here. Their real purpose is to be tossed around, knocked out, and taught a lesson, over and over again. What is especially funny is that many of these bad guys were recurring faces. Bud Spencer and Terence Hill were...
Really? Were they? I never recognized that when I was a child. Which is, I mean, I was a child, of course I don't. Of course I don't.
With a familiar group of character actors throughout their careers, and those faces become part of the ensemble almost as much as the leads themselves. Some of them even switch sides occasionally, playing a good guy for a film or two, but in the end, we remember them as the baddies, the ones we love seeing show up and loved even more seeing get smashed. Just like the recurring faces among the bad guys, there are also plenty of recurring gags and situations throughout these films, like the fighting moves I have already mentioned earlier. For example, there's a constant presence of playing cards and gambling, and yet somehow they always come out on top morally, even when they are cheating, bluffing, or bending the rules.
Of course. I mean, they are the heroes. Of course they come out on top. Of course. They have to. They're the good guys.
And of course, it doesn't hurt that they are pretty good at cards.
If you got the money to pay, I'll give you a plate of beans.
One of the most consistent running jokes is connected to food. Cooking it, protecting it, and most importantly, eating it. The beans and onions that show up in movie after movie are legendary, but their relationship with food goes far beyond a single...
Really? The beans with onions is a reoccurring thing? I never noticed. Well, I was a child. Of course I didn't notice. Of course I didn't. It's so interesting. Guess I have to rewatch them all.
Gag. Eating in these films is almost sacred. There is a recurring joke where Bud keeps eating even as a full-blown bar fight erupts behind him, and he only gets upset and finally gets involved when someone touches his food. That's the one line you don't cross. At that point, the violence becomes not just expected, but completely justified.
Of course.
Beans and onions. I like beans and onions.
The beans and onions again. Oh, of course. Odds and Evens, 1978. Jesus.
Sorry, pal, they're mine.
Bud loves his food. You can't argue with that.
Well, yeah.
There is also a wonderful scene where they finally sit down together at a big table to eat, yet they keep eyeing each other as...
I remember this film. I remember the scene. Oh, yes. It's... Trinity is still my name. I think it's the same where he was wearing the fur before and punched the guy. I think it is. Is it not? It's not. I was wrong. But I remember this film. I remember this scene very vividly. I remember this. Oh yeah, I do. Great movie, I think. It's over 20 years ago.
If one of them is about to steal the other's food, it's pure instinct, that natural, almost animal awareness you have when eating alongside someone else. Next time you're having a meal in a group, try not to look at the others. You won't be able to do it. These films take that simple, universal instinct and turn it into a perfectly timed, hilarious scene, with both of them even trying to hide their food from each other. What really makes these moments work is how enjoyable it is to watch them eat. You can genuinely feel how much they are enjoying it. Food is life, after all, and sharing a good meal is one of the most relatable human pleasures there is. That warmth carries straight through the screen. And of course, you get really hungry. The jokes in these films are different too. Yes, they are safe and kid-friendly, but not in a lazy or sanitized way. What's really striking is what they don't rely on.
Yes, they are kid-friendly, but there's always something for adults too. It's just, you know, a little hidden. A little bit hidden.
There are no jokes built on discrimination, no cruelty, no cheap shots.
Hey, watch out! You could have choked yourself.
Bud Spencer was a big man, and it would have been incredibly easy to turn him into the butt of endless fat jokes, but they never did. His size is never something to laugh at, it's simply part of who he is.
Which is good.
They also avoid the kind of gross-out humor that often passes for...
Oh, by the way, Bud Spencer was an Olympic athlete. I don't remember what. I think it was. He was a fighter. Judo or something, or wrestling, something like that. And he won I think a gold medal at the Olympics in his youth. I'm not sure though. It's a while ago since I heard that. But yeah, he was an athlete. He was an athlete and he was a lawyer. And yes, he was a lawyer. Or at least he studied law and got a degree. And then he went and made movies like this. I'm for the Hippopotamus. This movie was great. If you are a kid and you like animals, you will like this movie. You will, absolutely. 100%. This was one of my most favorite movie of those two. Absolutely. Oh my god, it was so good.
Comedy, especially in family films. No fart jokes, no vomit jokes, no bathroom humor. Not because they were being careful, but because they simply didn't need it. The humor comes from character, timing and physicality, and human behavior. From pride, stubbornness, friendship and irritation. Things everyone recognizes. That's why the jokes still work today. They are sincere, warm and deeply human. They never punch down, they never humiliate their characters, and they never ask the audience to laugh at someone's expense. Instead, they invite you to laugh with them. And that kind of humor doesn't age, because it was never mean to begin with. And this ties right into the next amazing thing about these films, which is the positivity that radiates from them. And it's not the black and white, preachy kind of positivity, it's genuine human warmth. The good guys always win, the bad guys always get what they deserve, and friendship is strong enough to overcome any obstacle. These movies never try to hit you over the head with a message. At their core, they are simply about being decent to others, sticking by your friends and trying to get along. But they also understand something very human.
I can absolutely agree with that. Absolutely, yes. I can't remember any movie of them where that would not be the case. Even if both of the characters get into a fight with each other, they always come back together. Because, you know, they are friends. And at the end, they like each other. Even when they are angry at each other, sometimes. That doesn't matter. At the end, they are friends.
If someone steps on your toe, it's perfectly okay to get mad. There is nothing hypocritical about that. The values are clear, easy to grasp, and completely honest. So much so that even as an 8-year-old, I understood them without any effort. Another great strength of these films is that adults and kids can watch them together. They are true bonding movies. What's funny is that both age groups end up enjoying pretty much the same things: the jokes, the bickering, the action. It's not like today, where kids' movies often rely on the occasional wink-wink adult joke just to keep the parents awake. These films work both ways. Of course, watching them as an adult, I now laugh at different details, and there are jokes.
Of course, that's normal. That's absolutely normal. Of course you do, because you understand more things. Because of your life experience.
Clearly aimed at grown-ups, but the point is this: Bud Spencer and Terence Hill movies were genuinely made for everyone and could be enjoyed by anyone, no matter the age. In the US, the UK and most English-speaking countries, Bud Spencer and Terence Hill were never quite as big as they were in countries where their films were dubbed, and I think a big part of that comes down to the English version simply not working so well. Even when some of these films were shot in English and later redubbed, so the lip movements should technically line up, something still feels off.
Why don't you take care of it afterwards?
No, this time we'll do it our way. But you got something against that?
For me, watching them in English is a clear downgrade compared to the dub versions I grew up with, and subtitles don't really solve the issue here. Because in these films, it's not so much what is being said that matters, but how it's being said. The rhythm, the timing and the delivery is a huge part of the comedy, the characters, and that can easily get lost.
Yes, absolutely. In dubbing, a lot can get lost. Oh my god, it's not even a question. I mean, if you watch anime, you know that very well. Oh my god, so much is getting lost in the dubbed versions of anime. Oh no. It's really bad.
In countries where dubbing has always been common, there is a long tradition behind it. Voice actors, translators and dubbing directors developed a real craft around adapting performances, not just translating dialogue. Here in Hungary, voice actors were practically stars in their own right, their names were widely known, and specific voices became strongly associated with specific actors,
Same as in Germany. For example, I grew up with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Bruce Willis having very distinct voices, and the voice actors change for some reasons with both of them, and it's not the same. It's not the same. Absolutely not. I prefer the old voice actors from the 80s and 90s, early to mid 90s. They were better. Oh well, maybe not better, but they sound more fitting, at least to me. But then again, I grew up with the old ones, and you never like the new ones. Also, the same happened with The Simpsons. The voice actors for The Simpsons in the German dub changed a lot of times. Yeah, it's not the same.
You didn't just recognize the face, you recognized the voice. Hearing the same voice actor over and over again created a sense of continuity, and it felt familiar.
Exactly.
That was also true for Spencer Hill films. Their Hungarian dubbing voices stayed mostly consistent throughout the years, but Spencer's Hungarian voice, for example, was provided by István Bújtor, who not only sounded similar, but even looked a bit like him. Bújtor loved these films so much that he went on to create his own series in Hungary, clearly inspired by the Spencer Hill formula. His films focus more on crime stories than investigations, but the physical comedy and character dynamics are unmistakably familiar.
Nice.
And they were hugely popular here in Hungary when they came out.
Man, now I wanna watch them.
It's a great example of how strong and adaptable this formula really is. So, I'm a fan, no question about it. I grew up watching these films from around the age of 8. Back then there was no internet, no cable, and very limited choice. If a Spencer Hill movie was on TV, the entire country had seen it.
Yes.
And the next day, in primary school, the whole class would reenact scenes from the film we had watched the night before. During recess, kids were fake punching each other, dramatically falling over, and just having a blast. Good times. Later, when the films came out on DVD, I started buying them so I could comfort watch them whenever I wanted. I own all the movies they made together, plus a good number of their solo films. I have both of their biography books, which are fantastic by the way, and I have played Slaps and Beans 1 and 2, the beat-em-up.
Wait. There was a video game? Oh my god, that's great.
Up games inspired by their films. Both are a lot of fun, especially if you love this world. I still rewatch at least a few of their movies every year. That's where my fandom ends. But the fan base itself is massive and wonderfully creative.
Yeah,
there are
I can
still
believe that.
Regular screenings where fans gather to watch the films together. There are Spencer Hill themed summer camps, look-alike contests, cooking competitions, and even tribute bands that dress like them and play music from their most iconic movies. You will see people wearing meme shirts with their faces on them, hear ringtones using music from their films in public, and catch people casually quoting lines from their movies. It's almost like a secret handshake, a way of recognizing kindred spirits. Spencer Hill fandom makes it easy to start conversations, and it genuinely feels like if someone loves these films, they probably can't be a bad person. And that's just what I see here in Hungary. They have a huge fan base in other Eastern European countries, in Germany, and who knows where else.
Yeah. True, very
But
true.
Spencer and Terence Hill made a large number of projects on their own, and some of them are almost as enjoyable as their films together. One of Terence Hill's most iconic solo roles is in My Name is Nobody.
Yeah, I watched that movie a couple of times when I was a kid. Really enjoyed it. Just like the films together, of course. Man, this is such a throwback to my childhood. To the good parts of it.
Officially, it's a spaghetti western directed by Tonino Valeri, but legend has it that Sergio Leone was far more involved than credited. Leone co-wrote the film, served as executive producer, and reportedly stepped in to direct several key scenes. The result is a fantastic, playful western with Henry Fonda in a memorable co-starring role. In 1980, Hill starred in Superfuzz, playing a police officer who gains superpowers after a bizarre accident with radiation and uses them to fight crime. It's light, goofy, and very much on brand for him. He also played Lucky.
I see that movie too, and even this one. All right, Lucky Luke. I remember this movie, barely. I've seen it maybe twice. It wasn't one of his best movies.
Luke in the 1991 feature film, which he also directed and later starred in the Lucky Luke TV series for one season. Over the years, Hill has directed several of his own films, further shaping his on-screen persona behind the camera as well. Since 2000, he has starred in the long-running Italian TV series Don Matteo, which is now heading into its 16th season. In the show, Hill plays a Catholic priest who solves crimes, a surprisingly perfect fit. Bud Spencer's Piadona film series, which is also known as Flatfoot in English-speaking countries, was perfectly on brand, though a bit...
Oh my god, yes, I remember. Oh, this was one of my most watched and most favorite movies of him. Oh my god, I remember this one. This is, oh my god, this is, oh, my heart. My heart, oh my god, this is so good. I love it. I love this.
Grittier than his collaborations with Terence Hill. In these films, he plays Inspector Rizzo, nicknamed Piadona, a no-nonsense detective who solves crimes with his fists on the streets of Naples. There are 4 films in total, and over the course of the series, he even takes his brand of justice to Egypt, Hong Kong, and Africa, sharing the screen with actors like Robert.
Oh, they were different movies. Okay. Okay. Man, it's kind of weird how these movies all mush together in my memory. It's really weird. And then finding out that they are different movies. Man. Well, I guess that happens if you don't watch the movies completely as a kid and, you know, you're switching through the channels and then, oh, Bud Spencer movie. Let's watch this. And it's already half done. Yeah, things like that happen.
Loggia and R. Lettieri. He also starred in a 2-part family-friendly sci-fi comedy where he plays a sheriff who befriends a child who turns out to be an alien. It's kid-friendly fun once again and very much in line with his screen persona. Beyond that,
I think I've watched that movie almost 10 times as a kid. It's so dumb. But yeah, for kids, that movie is really, really nice.
Spencer made a long list of solo films built around the same familiar dynamic. The big, calm enforcer paired with various partners, always playing a variation of the character audiences already loved. Later on, he starred in his own Italian TV series, Detective Extra Large, where he once again solves crimes, but this time alongside Philip Michael Thomas from Miami Vice and Michael Winslow from the Police Academy series. It's a wonderfully strange but fitting combination.
By the love of God, half of me wants to say, why did I never watch this? And half of me wants to say, I remember this vaguely. But I have no idea if I have actually watched this as a kid. And if not, my question is, why? Why would I have not watched this? I must have watched at least something of it. I'm kind of confused here.
Bud Spencer passed away in 2016 at the age of 86. Terence Hill, on the other hand, is still with us and remains active in film and television, continuing to work well into his 80s. If you look at where their legacy lives on today, you can see echoes of it, but very rarely the full picture. Jackie Chan is probably the clearest successor when it comes to physical comedy and safe, readable violence. His films treat action as choreography, timing and rhythm, not brutality. Very much in the same spirit, even if the pain is usually his own.
Why would he go to Jackie Chan? Jackie Chan made movies already while Bud Spencer and Terence Hill were making their movies. Why would he go there? I've watched Jackie Chan movies in the 80s and 90s. I loved them. I really did. Oh my god. I remember one specific movie with a bald Asian dude that was a cop, and Jackie Chan also was a cop. There was a Chinese woman that was, I totally had a crush on her. Oh my god, she was so hot. And I was like 10. No, not even 10. Totally had a crush on that chick. Oh my god, she was so attractive, so beautiful. Oh my god. Yeah. But why is he going there? Why? I don't understand that reasoning.
The Three Stooges remake tried to revive classic slapstick for modern audiences, and while it understood the mechanics, it also showed how difficult it is to make this kind of humor work today without irony or distance. And in animation, films like Kung Fu Panda arguably come closest to capturing the full balance, physical comedy, moral clarity, warmth, and violence that's exciting but never really cruel. In today's cinema, violence is usually either brutally realistic or ironic and over the top. Comedy, meanwhile, is often verbal, self-aware, and built around winks and commentary rather than physicality. Sincerity has become risky, something studios seem genuinely afraid of.
Yeah,
There
I
is
wanna
just
buy.
nothing like Bud Spencer and Terence Hill out there today. They remain something special. Their dynamic was simple, clear, and completely sincere. They never competed, never undercut each other, and never needed to reinvent themselves to stay relevant. One was the wall, the other the spark, and that balance never broke. That's why their films still work today. Not because of nostalgia alone, but because they are built on universal instincts, friendship, fairness, pride, irritation, and joy. They trusted physical storytelling, respected their audience, and believed that comedy didn't need to be mean to be funny. And maybe that's the real reason they lasted. In a world where so much comedy is ironic, cynical, and disposable, Bud Spencer and Terence Hill offered something rare: honesty, warmth, and a simple pleasure of watching two people who understand each other perfectly. And for me, that's what makes them the greatest buddy comedy duo ever to grace the screen. Thank you, Bud and Terence, for giving us something this special. And I could just talk about so much more when it comes to these films, the recurring directors who each put their own stamp on them while still keeping everything within the same universe, the endless lineup of great co-stars they had over the years, the unforgettable music, or even the bad guys themselves. There are just so many memorable faces there. So if you would like to see more deep dives like this into Bud Spencer and Terence Hill movies, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Man, this was so good. Oh, this was lovely. Thank you for this video. Oh my god. I kind of feel like crying out of happiness, man. Oh, this is so good. So good. Oh, I love it. Great video. Great video. Okay. I will go and take a piss. And then we do some more reacts. Ow. Oh boy. So what do we do now? Let's watch this. I'm curious what this is. I mean, it's obviously a game trailer, but what is it? And is it good? Hunt Down Overtime. Official official trailer.
By the 21st century, crime rates went hellbound. Corruption, violence, fear. The authorities wanted order.
Dude, this is so 80 coded. And with 80, I mean 80s. This is so 80s coded, but this is horrible. This looks disgusting. Why does her mouth look like that? It looks really nasty.
But what they got instead was the bounty hunter John Sawyer. They said the job comes with benefits. Called it improvement. But they built a war machine. And
nice.
It grew ambitious. They call him Rogue. He calls it a career. And he intends to put in the hours.
I like it so far.
Sawyer reporting in.
Oh my god.
Detroit, Mr. Sawyer.
How does this look so cool? Oh yes, I like this. I like this a lot. This is amazing. Just the story is, I mean, the story is just there for the game to exist as a background. So it doesn't really matter. But it's cool. It's completely 80s style story for a movie or something like that. Then the graphics is well, it's pixel art. It looks great. It looks great. And it's very, very 80s style, which I like. I really like this. This is great. I mean, of course, I mean, if you look at the guy, if you look at the guy, this guy looks kind of like a Terminator, right? Kind of.
Reporting in.
Welcome to New Detroit, Mr. Sawyer. Hunt down initiated.
When Sawyer clocks in, Death punches the time card.
Move it. Not now. Heads up. You're dead. Enjoy your flight.
What the fuck?
Every bounty is a well-earned cut.
Ah, my favorite customer.
Ew. Oh my god, he looks disgusting. I like it. I like this. This is so 80s style. It's a 80s future style. And it's great. It looks awesome.
Every death, a lesson.
Rise and shine, Sawyer. Time is money.
Break time? Not here. He adapts. Evolves. Pushes.
So it's a roguelike. Yeah, I could have expected that, yeah. Should have.
Harder. Until the job is finished. He doesn't do shifts. He doesn't do weekends. He only does
overtime. Oh, it's coming soon. Very soon. Oh, cute. It's early access. Okay.
Let's see if this wakes up the dead again.
Oh my god, yes, this is great. This is very, very 80s style. Even the voice is very, very 80s style, you know, the dubbing of the trailer, very, very 80s style. It's great. I love it. It's fantastic. This is so embarrassing. What game is it? Because I can tell you, I can't tell what it is. Let's watch it. Let's watch this, whatever it is. Yeah, what the fuck is this? What is this game?
Oh man, this one is embarrassing. Imagine releasing a popular indie hit, a game that you made with your friends in a dorm room, and that game pops off and all of a sudden investors come knocking at your door and you take their money. You then stop supporting the game that everybody loved, switch gears from being an indie studio to trying to be a AAA studio, essentially chasing the next live service hit, and then falling flat on your face.
Why would you do that? That's the worst. That's literally the worst thing you could have done. You had the road to success literally paved for you in gold. And you straight up went into the woods, masturbating behind a tree, jizzing on a dead squirrel. That's what you did here. You fucked up, and it's only your fault. How can you be this stupid? How can you be this fucking stupid?
That's the story of today's video. You know, normally when we hear about a game that is a bona fide failure, a verifiable flop, we'll see some people come out of the woodwork to try to say that Steam numbers don't mean anything. Those numbers, it's just a number. It's all, really. And usually that's coming from fanboys more than anything else, coping over the failure of a game. But in this case, we are actually hearing it from developers saying that Steam player numbers are just a number.
Oh, from when is this video? 1 month ago? Yeah. The CEO of Wildlight, you know, the people that made Highguard, said the same. And then they fired everyone.
For a live service game, Splitgate has to be one of the most fascinating, tragic, and albeit hilarious
Splitgate
that I think I've ever seen in this entire industry. We have a game.
I have heard of this game. Splitgate, really? I have heard of this game, and I have not heard anything negative so far. So what happened?
Game that is now releasing for what I believe is the second time of them re-releasing the same game, that has now been met with Concord-level player numbers, deservedly. Because this is the same studio that had their CEO take the stage at Summer Games Fest to dunk on Call of Duty and Halo, I'm not like the other guys, only to release a hero shooter battle royale with worse monetization. None of this had to happen. This wasn't a bad market or bad timing or anything like that. This is just bad judgment over and over again. This is a studio that turned away from the players that made them, chased money and a version of success that only ever existed in their head. So today, I want to talk about that failure. I want to talk about how I think this is one of the biggest own goals I've ever seen in this.
So it's Splitgate, right? Let's see. Splitgate, here it is. Oh, 90%. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Do you see this? They crashed even harder than Highguard, I think. Oh my god. This is for the ones who don't know. This graph is bad. This is a bad graph. A really bad graph. Then there's a Splitgate Arena Reloaded. I think this might be it. And yeah, it's yes, okay. So I'm not 100% sure which of these games it is, but both are done. Both are done. I think it must be this, because this is the newer one. And he said they released it a second time, so it must be this. Yeah, it's done, Shed. It's done, and it's dead.
Industry, and how also I don't think these guys are going to be alone in it, and it's kind of a threat to the rest of indie. Today's video is sponsored by HDMI, and I want to talk to you guys about something that I don't really think anybody really thinks about anymore, mostly because when it's working, you don't really have to. HDMI isn't just a cable brand, it's the underlying technology that is built into your displays, consoles, PCs, handhelds.
HDMI is not a cable brand.
Basically everything we use every single day. Stuff like variable refresh rate, auto low latency mode, and quick frame transporter running in the background quietly, making sure that your input doesn't feel mushy, your screen isn't tearing itself apart, and your display is actually keeping up when frame rates spike.
Is this an ad for a cable?
It's even what makes high refresh rate gaming, 4K and even 8K displays, dynamic HDR, and surround sound audio setups work together rather than fighting one another. If you've ever docked a handheld into a TV, kicked back on the couch, and thought, yeah, this all just works, well, that's not on accident. If you're curious to hear and see more, HDMI LA is showing off a lot of this live at CES this year, including high refresh rate gaming demos and some pretty wild display tech. Check your setup today, make sure you are actually using HDMI gaming features your gear already supports, and you can learn more at hdmi.org. The link's in the description and the pinned comment.
What the fuck was that? What was that? What's going on? Jesus. By the way, looks nice. Nice dress.
Thank you to HDMI LA for sponsoring today's video. I think this story fascinates me so much because it's such a clean example of how self-destructive the AAA mindset and live service model can be. Splitgate almost feels like a lab test for a virus where you take something small that you're working on, you inject it with money, scale, investors, and expectations, and then you watch how fast that virus can spread and your subject dies. And in this case, it didn't take years. It happened almost immediately. Recently, 1047 Games quietly re-released Splitgate 2 under a new name, Splitgate Arena Reloaded. And the reception for this game has been bad, like really bad. It barely even cleared over 2,000 players at its peak, and it's already dropped back.
I just showed you this graph. Yes, it's bad.
Down to averaging just around 1,000 players per day, and this is coming from a studio that's had over $100 million poured into it at this point, a studio that has burned through.
Why? The thing is, I have heard of this game before, at least a Splitgate, but I just literally just have heard about it. I've seen maybe one streamer playing it, and that's it. And that was years ago. So why would anyone put 100 mil into this game? Makes no sense to me.
Its goodwill so thoroughly that when the game came back, the players just didn't. Now, when player counts get this low, alarms start going off, and I don't care how much people want to try to downplay it. For a free-to-play live service shooter, this is just not sustainable. This is
this is dead. This is completely dead. And look at the UI. It's literally like every other UI of a free-to-play multiplayer shooter. It's hilarious how they all look the same.
Is barely enough to even keep the servers online. Their current player numbers are only a few hundred players off from where Concord launched, and we already know how that one ended. So when people started pointing this out on Twitter, the studio immediately tried to jump in and shut this conversation down. On Twitter, the official account posted, Steam charts don't measure fun. They show one number, one platform at one given moment. They don't show the full picture of what it actually feels like.
It's kind of true. They don't show the full picture. But they show a part of it. And when that part is fucking ugly, then people will wonder what's with the full picture. What's going on there?
Like to play, and they definitely don't capture the community that is actively helping shape what Arena Reloaded is becoming, including upcoming content like Arena Royale. Over the past 6 months, we rebuilt Splitgate from the ground up because we believe in our game, our team, and our community. The 1047 team remains committed to delivering the best version of Splitgate possible. To our community, thank you. Your feedback and passion have helped make Arena Reloaded better every day. And to everyone who hasn't played, Arena Reloaded is free. The gameplay is the best it's ever been, and we would love for you to jump in and form your own opinion. A lot of passionate people worked very hard on it.
That doesn't matter. No one cares about that. If the game is not good, then no one cares about that. Well, they do kind of care because they will be asking, what happened? And if you don't have a fucking answer, it looks bad for you.
Okay, so I guess we're just denying reality now. Steam charts don't measure fun. That is a complete dodge, and these guys know it. Nobody is asking Steam charts to measure fun. They measure whether people are actually there. And in a live service shooter, that is not some secondary data point. It is the entire game.
Wait. Did they shoot through the ground?
There, and in a live service shooter, that is not some secondary data point. It is the...
Oh no, they are coming from behind. Okay.
Entire game. If people are not logging in, queuing up, and sticking around, then whatever fun you think you've built is irrelevant. A multiplayer game with no players isn't misunderstood. It's just flat out ignored. I'm sorry, but player numbers directly affect the experience. Low population means slower matchmaking. It means playing the same people over and over again.
True.
It means bot-filled lobbies. That shrinks match variety, that kills progression pacing, and it turns every single lobby into either a sweatfest or a ghost town. Player numbers don't just reflect interest. They actively shape whether the game is going to be enjoyable at all. You don't get to pretend like those numbers are some abstract when it is directly dictating how this game feels minute to minute. Players already voted. They didn't show up. You don't get to try to...
Oh no. Do you see that? Do you see that? They're literally...
minute to minute. Players already voted. They didn't...
It's High God. They literally have the same mechanic as High God. What the fuck? And it's not even... Oh, it's close to a High God chest. No, these are the High God chests. With a different skin. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on in the gaming industry? Well, in the Western gaming industry. What the fuck is this shit? I'm scared shit. I'm scared. And also, the player models look meh. Why do I say that? Because they wear a helmet. I mean, it's nice that they have skin-tight shoes on, right? So you can see the curves of the people, right? But they also look boring. There's nothing you want to actually look at. So it's boring. Yeah, great. Another game that, with the exception of its portal thing, is just like every other game. And there's WoW. Is visually not really appealing when it comes to the characters. And has the same loot mechanic as fucking High God. And of course, with that also Apex Legends. Kind of, yeah. It's a while ago since I played Apex. It's so long ago. But yeah, this is whenever, I think now when I ever see a loot chest like this in a shooter, I will like, oh no, as a sign of a game being shit. I think High God made me see them like that. Oh, thank you, High God. Shit ass game.
Show up. You don't get to try to tell them about how passionate you are or anything like that, and they need to go form their own opinion after they already have. Effort does not entitle you to an audience, and belief does not reverse reality. If nobody is playing your live service game, then on some level, it just isn't fun, at least not enough to be able to matter. And I say that after actually playing Splitgate Arena Reloaded myself. I put time into it. Mechanically, it's fine. It plays well. The guns feel responsive. Matches move quickly. And on a purely technical level, it works. But that's also the problem. It just only works. What makes this game not fun isn't the mechanics. It's the complete absence of a community and personality. Nobody's talking in the lobbies. I'm constantly being matched with the same people because the player pool is so small and everything else is just bots filling the gap, which means that every single match is just playing the same way. The maps are functional but forgettable. The characters are faceless. People just wearing suits.
The maps being forgettable is a sin. It's literally is. I still remember maps from Unreal Tournament and Quake 3. I still remember maps from those games over 20 years ago. Yeah. So the maps being not good is yeah, it's a sin. It's absolutely a sin.
With no personality, no identity, nothing to be able to latch onto. Visually, it's just kind of bland across the board. Nothing sticks, nothing is leaving an impression, and the whole...
So it's kind of like High God. Yeah, I would definitely call this video the High God that we missed. Or something like that. Jesus, this is so bad.
Thing works on a technical level, but it just has no flavor or soul. Arena shooters live by that game-to-game experience. If matches start to blur together, you just start drifting away. You stop caring. You stop logging in. That's something that I talked about just recently with people in my community Discord about whether or not any of these traditional shooters or arena shooters even have a place anymore. And like this, I don't think they do. These games used to thrive on culture, open mics, trash talk, jokes. Now everybody is in private chats. They're playing solo or they're not even human. And without that...
I think arena shooter game modes can still work if it's not the only thing the game has for it to go. For example, High God could have been better if it had more game modes like team deathmatch, capture the flag, domination, things like that. It could have worked way better that way, but they didn't do that. And a game like this might have worked out better if they, I don't know, would have all kinds of game modes, including a battle royale, for example. Why are these developers so afraid to put a lot of shit into the game? Just put, I mean, you can make one map that and put have several game modes on it. I mean, that's not hard. They did that over 20 years ago. And it worked. So what's your problem? Oh, you're incompetent. Great. That's the only reason. That's literally the only reason. For example, I would love for Arc Raiders to have actual PvP only stuff. Like Dominion. On Spaceport, Dominion. Oh, you have to capture 3 points. Okay, good. 2 teams that fight each other. Great. Would work. I think that would work. And yes, the map is very big. That's why you keep switching up the places where the spots are. And you have, teams of 16 people each side. I think it would work. And then people have loadouts they take in to the matches, and then you're good. It would work. I think it would work.
Layer, the entire experience just starts to feel hollow. And what bothers me is that it never had to be this way. Splitgate had a community, it had momentum, and over time they just burned that all away. And now what we're left with is this self-fulfilling prophecy, this game that's no fun because nobody is playing it, and nobody is playing it because the game feels empty. And that emptiness is not a mystery or a market failure, it's just a result of choices. This isn't a game that's struggling to find an audience, it's a studio that already lost one.
Yeah.
Splitgate started off as a small grassroots project built by its founder Ian and a handful of friends, a dorm room game, if you will, and it went into beta in 2019. They slowly built out a core audience, and then it really broke through with
2019, so about 6-7 years ago. Okay.
its 1.0 launch back in 2021. It became one of those pandemic success stories, peaking at over 67,000 concurrent players on Steam, and for a team of roughly 20 developers, that's massive.
But look how it died off. It was literally big for half a month. And then it was dead. Oh no, more than half a month. September, May. May, June, July, August. In June. In July it went up, and in December it was dead. A couple of months of game being alive. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's the exact kind of story that we talk about on this channel all the time, but what makes this one different is alongside that 1.0 launch, 1047 Games would also announce that feature development of Splitgate would effectively end. Yeah, they released the game and then threw it onto maintenance mode, and then 2 months later they would come out and say that they also got a $100 million venture capitalist investment. The team would then pivot almost immediately to a new project, and the player base...
Oh yeah, that was stupid. That... announcing that they wouldn't further develop the game and then going on to another game. No, they should have Smart would have been taking the game they had and working on that, increasing its value, what it has in it, and making that the big money maker. That would have been the smart choice. Making a completely new game was retarded. Literally retarded. Stupid decision. Shouldn't have done that.
Felt it just as fast. Within a month, Splitgate's numbers collapsed to under 10,000 concurrent players before everybody else just moved on. But that's fine, right? Because apparently Splitgate 2 is right around the corner, only now it's not a scrappy 20-person development team. No, the studio ballooned to over 170 developers, and then the CEO goes and takes...
Yeah, okay, that's when you knew the game was dead. If they can't make a proper game, they made a proper game, but then why would you need so many people? Why? It makes zero sense why you would need so many people to basically make the exact same game again. I'm flabbergasted, shit. This is so dumb. It's incredible how dumb it is. How can it be this? I don't know. Is it incompetence? Is it arrogance? I'm not sure what the fault here is, but it's bad.
Takes the stage at Summer Games Fest to finally announce the game's release, and he says that he's tired of Halo. He's sick of Call of Duty and their cycle. He wants Titanfall to come back. He's wearing a Make FPS Great Again hat, and then he announces a Battle Royale hero shooter, and the crowd went mild. Splitgate 2 launched to around 25...
Nice that he said, oh, the crowd went wild, and we see the crowd and nothing happens. No, I wonder if the crowd actually went wild or nothing happened. I wonder actually what happened there.
5,000 concurrent players on Steam, less than half of what the original game had hit just years earlier.
Yeah.
The press had latched on to the controversial hat, unhappy with the political messaging around it. The CEO eventually apologized for it, openly admitting that it was just a...
Oh, it was him. Okay, yeah, he's a retard. He's a retard. Never give in to the Twitter hate mobs.
Desperation move to try to get attention, a terrible choice to make because the people that are asking for an apology have no interest in forgiveness. Those same journalists were criticizing him over the hat even after his apology, and ironically, even still today. There was also drama around $80 bundles, to which the CEO said he had no idea how they made their way into the game, and they all blamed it on a former employee. After that, the floor just kind of gave out. Player counts continued to crater. They had layoffs weeks after the game's launch and more a month after that.
The usual, the exact same thing that happened to Highguard and Concord. Yeah, we see that all the time.
The studio blamed it on an early release, pushed the game back into beta, and then they just watched as those player numbers continued.
Yeah, look at these. I mean, nice ass and all. Even the dudes, but the rest of why do they look like that? This is so boring. They all look the same, just have different colors. That's boring. That's completely boring. At least sell skins and show them off in the videos.
To sink even further. Eventually, they just rebranded it as Splitgate Arena Reloaded with a launch in winter 2025, and that's how we got here. A game that started as a genuine success story, a studio that had momentum, goodwill, and an actual community, and a series of decisions that slowly, and then very quickly, burned it all to the ground. We have some professional speedrunners on our hands. These guys folded their entire company in a matter of 5 years. They burned all of their goodwill. They ruined their reputation.
And I guess they ran through $100 million. Yeah, that's impressive.
Have zero positive image within this industry right now. And, you know, I was actually excited when their CEO took the stage at Summer Games Fest. I was like, man, this guy is totally speaking my language right now. I'm sick of the way that first-person shooters are handled today. A bunch of other people are. I would love to see Titanfall come back. I just talked about that somewhat recently. And then this guy goes out and says, here's our Battle Royale hero shooter.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's all bullshit. Something that was proved even further by capitulating to journalists over a hat. My guy. Nobody cared about the hat.
Yeah.
The only people that did were the people that had no interest in playing your game to begin with.
And even they don't actually care. They just wanted to shit on you because they hate you. Because they hate themselves.
I think how they handled that situation, how he handled that situation specifically, really drove interest and trust into the ground for them. Because you already had a bunch of people that were unsure whether or not they could trust them after what happened with Splitgate 1. And then you go on social media and say, I'm not apologizing for the hat. Now I am apologizing for the hat. Now there's $80 bundles in the game. I have no idea how those $80 bundles got in the game. Oh, it was a former employee that just so happened to work for Call of Duty. After that, everybody knows that you're just selling snake oil. It's all PR. Nobody can trust you. You're not worth listening to. That's the reason why Arena Reloaded, relaunched, whatever the hell you want to call it, basically was met with no audience at all because your game isn't impactful enough, interesting enough, or original enough for audiences to want to put up with all of this drama, all the instability, and the inability to be able to trust you.
Just imagine if they not have basically shut down the first game and just, hear me out, developed the Battle Royale mode for the first game instead of creating a completely new game. Ooh. That would have been smart, but we don't do smart here because we retarded. That would literally have been the smartest thing to do. Develop the Battle Royale on the side while still pumping out content for the existing player base and make money with that. And then you bring out the Battle Royale and get additional... Well, you get new players and old players will also at least try it out. So you have just a bunch of game modes for different people to play. Sounds good to me. I mean, back in the day, I didn't play all the game modes in Unreal Tournament. I only played the ones that I like to play. Oh, what a daring concept. Having multiple game modes. And people play the ones they like. Ooh.
You had that. You squandered it. You sold it off. You took the money instead. And I want to be clear, I actually do think this studio cares now, but that's a survival instinct. It's the difference between them having a studio and a game and them having to go work at McDonald's. It's probably a little too rough. They probably go work for Activision.
Yeah.
You learned your lessons, that's great, but it's a little bit too late. Now, who does need to learn the lessons from this is the rest of the industry, and especially indie studios. This entire thing was just caused by hubris. That's all it is. These guys took the money and they overinvested into something, mistaking what made them successful. They didn't understand what made them successful.
Yes.
Icarus flew too close to the sun. And with AAA games struggling, with indie games taking off, AAA is going to start circling these guys for success, which means something like this is bound to happen again. Splitgate's lack of identity, the bad calls around Splitgate 1 and 2, the CEO embarrassing himself on stage, all of that stuff matters, but the bigger issue here, the one that actually explains why this collapsed the way that it did, is that 1047 completely misread the interest around their own game. They treated Splitgate like it was this foundation for a massive AAA scale live service platform, when in reality, it just wasn't built for that. And once they tried to force it into that shape, everything started to break. Splitgate 1 was a solid game. People liked it, but it also launched in a very specific moment. Like a lot of games during the pandemic, it benefited from audiences that had a lot more time, fewer alternatives, and a higher tolerance for sticking around. When the player count fell to around 10,000 players within a month, that wasn't some freak collapse. That was probably the real size of that game's audience. And that number keeps showing up again, or at least right in that neighborhood. With Splitgate 2, that was 25,000 players. With Arena Reloaded, it's just 2,000 players. Every launch...
Yeah, the 67,000, that was just extremely high because the people didn't know what this game actually is. And then they knew, and 40,000 of those didn't care. And so they also wouldn't even try that second one. It's very simple math.
Roughly lands in that same place because, well, that's just the ceiling that they never wanted to acknowledge. That misread is exactly why that $100 million investment changed everything for these guys. Those investors did not come in looking for a modest arena shooter with a loyal niche. They were chasing the next GTA, the next Fortnite, the next live service unicorn. This is the same time frame where we saw billions of dollars.
Then why would they go for the developers of that game? Makes zero sense to me. It's absolutely retarded. But then we have seen that investors, when it comes to games, are completely retarded. Completely. They have no idea what they're doing.
Being dumped into gaming startups on pure speculation alone. And when you go from a 20-person team to a studio of more than 170 people, when you're suddenly sitting on 9 figures to make your next game, your priorities are going to shift. You're going to stop building for the audience that you have, and you're going to start designing for an audience that you wish existed. You're going to chase trends. You're going to widen the funnel. You're going to build monetization first and hope the rest of the game follows. That's why that monetization story matters to me. Hiring a former Call of Duty monetization manager is not an accident, and I do not buy it for a second that their leadership somehow just didn't know that the game launched with $80 bundles and aggressive pricing pretty much across the board. When you're operating at that scale, those kind of decisions do not slip through the cracks. And by the time Splitgate reached that point, the studio is now answering to their investors instead of their players, and they're not thinking about protecting a community anymore. They're just trying to justify an investment. And I think that shift in mindset leads directly into the real fracture. Walking away from Splitgate 1 that close to launch is the moment the players realized that the studio had already moved on. Live service games survive on the idea that if I invest my time into them, then the game is going to invest right back into me. Splitgate broke that expectation.
Yes, I think that's actually true. And I think that's why some people are kind of pissy at Embark, because they haven't released any actual new content since, well, the release of the indoor map, Stellar Montes, which was close to the end of November. So yeah, people are desperate for actual new content. Now, Cold Snap was great, and it still is great. That's why they brought it back. I really like Cold Snap. I play in that thing whenever I can. Unless I'm doing something specifically that requires me not to be there. But yeah, that's how much I like Cold Snap. It's great. And yes, I said that before in a lot of videos, and I will say it over and over again. Because it's that good.
Almost immediately, and once players see that, well, they're going to leave too. And after that, the studio just forgot about who they were. They blew up in size. Everything started getting safer. When you go from 20 people to over 170, decisions don't come from instinct anymore. They come from consensus. Ideas are going to get watered down. Risks are going to get avoided. And anything that's too sharp is going to get smoothed out. Instead of asking what makes this game ours, the question becomes, what is the safest version of this game that we can ship? And if that's what you end up with, well, that's how the game is going to technically work. But that doesn't mean that game is going to stick. Nothing bold, nothing memorable, nothing that's going to give players a reason to want to come back to it after playing it for a few sessions. I just think that these guys are way too self-assured, or maybe investor-assured is probably the better term here. That Summer Games Fest moment now tells me everything that I need to know because of how these guys saw themselves. You don't posture yourself as the savior of the genre if you don't believe that you belong on that stage, but that confidence did not come from the players. It came from capital. From that point on, Splitgate was not being shaped by the community anymore. It was being shaped around expectations set by investors, by headcounts, by the idea that this game had to be big and that it would be big. And once that became the goal, well, the game itself stopped being the point.
Yeah,
I think this is a real trap for indie studios right now. Indie is getting bigger. The money these guys are making is getting louder. They are looking more consistent than AAA right now. And
AAA is dead. At least in the West. Western AAA developers are dead. They're completely dead. You shouldn't look forward to any of their games because they don't know what they're doing.
Pressure for these guys to scale is going to be constant, but the moment that you stop building for the audience that you already have and you start building for people that want to cut you a check, you're going to lose your footing. I'm telling you right now, a huge amount of what is wrong with games today comes from that shift. It's not just players buying games anymore. It's investors, partners, stakeholders, all with their own expectations that are going to kick in long before players ever get a say. And once that happens, the conversation stops being about what do we want to make? What do the players actually want to play? And it turns into how do we get our money back? And how do we make more on top of that? I think this is where that Splitgate story really starts to become a warning sign, because the studios that are tending to hold on to their identity are the ones that are staying in their scope and they're not letting outside money steer the wheel. I'll use Silksong as an easy example here. Team Cherry kept to themselves, they stayed quiet, and they just did the work. And Silksong found success. I think it's worth bringing up that just a few years ago, it was reported that Xbox had a list of studios that they wanted to keep an eye on a few years back, and well, that was for Game Pass deals and possibly acquisitions, and that list reportedly included teams like Team Cherry alongside Moon Studios, Munfish, and Hello Games. Now, I don't know what kind of conversations they had behind the scenes, but at this point, the pressure is real and the temptation is real, and these guys have to watch out. Actually, now that I think about it, Hello Games is probably one of the best examples we could use here. No Man's Sky started off self-funded by that studio, but Sony stepped in and they wanted to fund and handle the marketing.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree here. If you have followed what happened to No Man's Sky, Internet Historian made a video about it. It's great. Watched it a lot of times while watching reacts, of course, and it's very detailed. It's tremendous how much they fucked up with promoting the game and making it look bigger than it actually was when it came out.
Distribution. And once that happened, everything changed for those guys. They got the AAA hype cycle. Sean Murray was pushed into endless interviews that he was just not equipped to be able to handle. Deadlines got hardened, and then Sony started pushing those deadlines faster and faster. Expectations ballooned well past whatever that team could realistically deliver at launch, and it turned into one of the most infamous releases in modern gaming. Hello Games repaired that reputation and that game over time, and honestly, they're still doing it even to this day for some odd reason. They definitely don't have to. It's basically a once-in-a-lifetime comeback, but that's the exception. Most studios do not get a second chance, and Splitgate, I don't think that...
This is No Man's Sky, and I think it looks great. It looks way better than it did when it came out. This looks amazing. This looks like a game I would play. And I actually said last year that I would play it. This year, somewhere. I don't know when though.
That game is getting a second chance. What's sad is how unnecessary all of this is. There's a version of this story where Splitgate stayed small, stayed weird, stayed honest about what it was, and quietly carved out a long life for itself. It wasn't going to be the biggest shooter on the planet, but it never needed to be. Instead,
yes, and that would have worked out perfectly fine. And they could have worked on a Battle Royale mode on the side, and then just release that for the same game. There, done. But no, they were greedy. They were greedy. That's it. They were greedy.
almost every decision after that initial success just pushed them further and further away from the thing that made people care in the first place. This wasn't a mystery. This wasn't bad luck. It was just a chain of bad decisions that made sense to investors and spreadsheets, but completely failed in reality. A studio that had momentum, goodwill, and a real community, but chose scale over stability, optics over identity, ambition over restraint, and they ended up paying for it. I'm telling you, man, investors are the bane of this industry. They just don't belong here. It's just like oil and water. They just don't.
No, it depends on the investors. There are the investors that are completely fine. Like Nexon, that owns Embark, or at least finances them. They seem to be completely fine. And they had a runaway success with Embark's creators. That game made so much money. Nexon itself made over 200 million. Over 200 million in just one quarter. That's massive. It's massive. And they finally broke into the Western market with that game. I mean, they were in the Western market, but their share there of the Western market in their entire company was so small that it was almost negligible. But now it's huge. It's almost half. That's how successful. That's literally how successful our creators is. I'm really happy for them, and I'm happy because the game is so fun to me. Finally, something that I enjoy playing.
Mix, and the minute they cut that check is the minute that you put something in someone before your games and your audience. And that just doesn't work out in the long run. While I'm sure there's some games it works out for and other games it doesn't, I do not think it works out for these games over time. And if you look at AAA and all these publishers, it's like the parasite that's attached to them at all times. That's just sucking away resources and talent and creativity and restraint and ultimately good games. Investors demand constant growth. Not only do they want their return on investment, but they constantly want to make profits then after that. They're always...
That's a problem, yes. That's a problem. The greed is a problem. Not the, oh, I need to make money. That's not a problem. The greed is the problem. That's why it's one of the 7 deadly sins.
Is expecting the number to go up. And more than anything, a lot of these guys are looking for predictability. They're looking for predictable returns from a lot of these games. And I've said this before. I've said it 100 times, and I'll keep saying it. The video game industry, at least from my perspective, is anything but predictable. While I definitely think there's some games you could look at and say, oh, yeah, that's a for sure thing. The thing that's not for sure is where the players are at. And also whatever else is going on with your competition. You know, I like more times than not, I am relatively on the mark with some of my predictions that I make. But with Arc Raiders, while I thought that game was going to do really well, I didn't think it was going to do nearly as well as it has.
Understandable.
Or that it's continued to do since then. I mean, who would have guessed that this genre actually would have clicked with players on a mass scale, especially with casual players? But it's just the way that they built their game and how they put it together that it actually makes sense. And yeah.
Who could have guessed if you built a game for casual players that you would get a lot of players? I mean, who could have guessed that shit? Build a game for casual players, you get a lot of casual players. Oh, who could have guessed? Yeah, it's such a surprise.
It's performing well beyond what I thought they were capable of. I genuinely am afraid for indie. These guys have been making a lot of money. A lot of money. Some of these games have outperformed AAA. A lot of these games have been outperforming AAA. And from an investor perspective, if I was to take myself out of my video game chair, this looks like the safest investment I've ever seen.
Yes.
Because these guys are way low to the ground. They don't need nearly as much money, so there's very little risk involved. If it fails, okay, I didn't really lose that much money. But the upside is like penny stocks. You could 100x your money if the profits are good enough. The game blows up and just makes a ton of cash. Well, you're going to get rich as a result of it. And I think a lot...
For the ones who might not get it, Splitgate got 100 million for one game. Now imagine the investor would have put this 100 million into 100 indie developers. Each indie developer gets 1 mil. Something there would have made money. And with 100 indie development studios, they would have made their money back. They would have. It's not even a big risk at all. Completely not. It's very, very measurable, the risk there. I would have done that. Why would I invest 100 mil in one studio that had one kind of successful thing when I can invest 100 mil in 100 studios? To me, that sounds way better. Even if I only invest in one-person studios, 100 one-person studios, each 1 mil, they can completely focus on making the game. They don't need to worry about money. Because 1 mil gets you far if you're just one person working on something.
A lot of these guys are going to be coming in and looking at that. Well, a lot of the venture capitalist money is dried up in this industry, at least for now. It's going to be coming back. It always does eventually. And I think the temptation is going to be there for a lot of these studios to scale up when they start seeing some of those checks get cut. But I think that one of the things that makes these indie games what they are is the fact that it's a small, passionate team that's working on it, not a team that scales up past 100 people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Splitgate, 1047, these guys literally scaled up to a AAA studio. 170 plus people. That's what most AAA studios have, at least in some of their like smaller satellite studios.
Yes, and it makes 0 sense why you would do that. Zero. You got the money when you were a couple of people. So the investor thought you would stay a couple of people. At least I would guess that. If I would have invested in them, I wouldn't have told them to, oh yeah, go to over 100 people in your studio. Oh no. I mean, where would the money go? Not into the game.
That's a lot of people, man. It's a lot of expectations. It's a lot of salaries that you have to pay, and that's a lot of money that you have to make on top of that to be able to make profits.
Exactly.
To the people that invested in you. And those are the expectations that I don't think a lot of these games can keep up with. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Kick.
And yes, be subscribe.
And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Great video. Awesome video. This was really, really good. Really good. This was so good. Oh, right. How about this? 10 fan service games that are a blast to play. While we are at it, let's do this. Let's have some. Oh my god. I think I found the thumbnail. Man, this is so... Oh my god. Looky, I'm clicking on the titty.
Let's be real, sometimes a game just catches your eye with its character designs. If you're into games that feature real...
Well, yes, of course. When I was a teenager and I saw... Well, back in the day, we had these big packages of the games in the shelves. And when I saw a hot chick on one of the packages, I wanted to play the game. And then I looked at the game and I was like, oh, guess I'm not. Because all the work goes into the hot chick. But not into the game. Which is a problem. You have all these trashy games with hot chicks, but damn, playing the game is so boring and so bad that you just don't want to at all. Which is a huge problem.
Really attractive looking and eye candy female characters, then you're in the right place. Today we're counting down the top 10 games with the best fan service in that department.
I hate Nier Automata. I hate this game with every fiber of my body. I love her though. I mean, look at this. How can I not love this?
Let's dive in. Bloody Spell.
I would love to dive in. Oh, right, the names are here. Okay, I go over here.
So here's the thing. Bloody Spell is an action RPG set in a wuxia-inspired world, meaning it's all about...
Can we go...
Bloody Spell is an action RPG set in a wuxia...
Yes. I like this. I like this. Looks good to me, yes. Oh, yeah, this is one of these games that I talked about. All the work goes into the hot character and then we have the stock asset inventory. Yeah. It's one of those games, shit.
Inspired world, meaning it's all about martial arts, magic, and ancient China vibes. You play as Yi Jin, a dude who's out to rescue his kidnapped sister. But here's the kicker, you can equip a female skin for Yi Jin mid-game. It's not a gender swap, it's like putting on a costume that turns your character into a totally different person with a new look and voice line. And it's not just a one-time thing. There are tons of DLC skins you can unlock or buy, like
of course, DLC skins, of course.
Wedding dresses, catgirl outfits, and even zombie-themed gear. Some of these outfits are pretty revealing, and yeah, they're designed to catch your eye. But is it just eye candy? The combat is legit. You've got smooth, fast-paced action with a bunch of weapons and combos to play around with.
To be fair, I was stunned by the jiggle physics. I actually don't care. I don't think the combat is that great, but I'm also not into these kinds of games.
It's like Devil May Cry meets Ninja Gaiden, but with a Chinese fantasy twist. Plus, there are different modes like Bloody Arena and Priestess Exam that keep things spicy and give you more chances to show off those outfits. So should you play it? If you're into games that mix slick combat with a bit of fan service, Bloody Spell is worth checking out. Just know it's got that edgy, over-the-top style that's not...
Let's see if we can get it on Steam. Let's just see. And I don't want to show anything that I can't show. Okay, we are good. How was it called?
Bloody Spell is worth checking out.
Bloody Spell. Bloody Spell. Here it is. Really? Less than $3? Oh Jesus, it's very positive. That's 16. Age 16. That's, by the way, normal in Germany when it comes to kind of loot things. It's 16. Yeah, that's fine. We absolutely don't care about shit like that. But the DLCs, 5 to about $10. All of the DLCs right now reduce the price $28 euros, taxes included, and the game itself $2.39. Okay. Nice. Nice.
Just know it's got that edgy, over-the-top style that's not for everyone, but if you're down for some stylish action and don't mind a little eye candy, it's a fun ride.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Please don't tell me this is a different game. Because it looks the exact same. It's the same game, right? It is.
The Killing Antidote.
That game is in early access. Still early access. And it's very obviously Unreal Engine, right? At least that's what I would say.
You step into the shoes of Jody, a fearless freelance journalist, navigating a post-apocalyptic world overrun by a mutating germ. She's on a mission to uncover the truth and find the legendary antidote. The gameplay mixes shooting, melee combat, stealth, and puzzle.
Why would she do that and not, I don't know, the military, literally the military?
Solving, keeping things fresh and engaging. Plus, the game boasts detailed visuals and smooth animations that make the action pop. Now let's get to the juicy part, the fan service. The Killing Antidote doesn't shy
the only reason the game exists for.
Away from showcasing its stylish female protagonist. Jody isn't just a badass, she's also customizable. You can tweak her wardrobe, hairstyles, and makeup, giving her a look that suits your style. Beyond the visuals, the game delivers solid mechanics. Combat is satisfying, with a range of melee weapons, firearms, and bows at your disposal. Stealth and assassination elements add depth to the gameplay.
Dude, how stealthy can you be if you have 5-inch on your heels? I mean, literally every step you make, you're being heard by everyone in the vicinity. This is bad. What was that?
Lollipop Chainsaw.
Funny stuff.
Yeah, that game was gameplay wise, it's okay, yeah, it's serviceable. Now this game, I played the game on my PlayStation 3 back in the day, and it's okay. It's an okay game. It's nothing special. I've literally played better games, but the game's okay.
Especially not if you really like the person.
This one's basically peak fan service. You got Juliet, a super hot cheerleader with a chainsaw, slicing up zombies while looking like she just walked out of an anime fan's dream. The game is literally built around her being eye candy. Short skirts, suggestive poses, and even unlockable outfits that get wilder as you go. The camera knows what it's doing too, always zooming in on the important parts. It's goofy, over the top, and 100% doesn't take itself seriously. Total guilty pleasure kind of.
Which is good. This game shouldn't take itself seriously, because it's not. It's not serious at all. It's just a fun little game. That's a hot character, that's all.
Game, and yeah, Juliet's a whole damn icon. Now, in terms of gameplay, it's a hack and slash action game. You chain combos, do flashy finishers, and juggle enemies in the air. There's light combat variety. You've got your cheerleader acrobatics for kicks and flips, and then brutal chainsaw moves for heavy attacks. Plus, there's this meter that builds up for special sparkle hunting kills, where you can take out a bunch of enemies in slow-mo glittery explosions. It's dumb, colorful, and satisfying. Like Devil May Cry if it went to Hot Topic and drank too much Monster Energy. You also collect gold medals.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
from enemies and mini games, which you use to unlock new combos and buy items, health upgrades, and yes, outfits. This is where that fan service kicks into overdrive. But the game isn't just button mashing. There are moments where it throws in quick time events, little arcade style mini games, and even sections where you ride a freaking chainsaw powered motorcycle. So it stays fresh and chaotic all the way through.
I wouldn't say that. I played through the game. I wouldn't say that.
Story-wise, it's totally bonkers in the best way. Juliet's got this super peppy attitude, always trying to stay positive even when stuff gets gruesome. Her boyfriend Nick is literally just a head she carries around, and their banter is hilarious. The whole tone is campy and over the top on purpose. It knows it's ridiculous and leans into it hard. The boss fights are wild too. Each one is themed after a different genre of music, punk, metal, funk, etc. And they're full of personality. Like one boss screams swear words in giant neon letters, another turns into a DJ that tries to kill you with dubstep. It's nuts. So yeah, it's got the fan service, Juliet's hot, outfits are spicy, and the camera definitely knows what it's doing, but it's also just a genuinely entertaining and unique game. Not deep, not super refined, but if you're into loud, stylish, hilarious chaos with a lot of flair, this one delivers.
I agree. Yes, absolutely. I agree with that. That sentiment is absolutely correct. That's my experience with that game too. Yeah. I just hope back in the day for more, you know, more sexiness. Because I was a fucking gooner.
Definitely one of those games where you come for the eye candy, but you stay for the insane over-the-top fun. Total cult classic. Bayonetta series.
I've been driving around this city since the crack.
Oh, Bayonetta. Nice.
Bayonetta is one of those action games that just grabs you and doesn't let go. You play as this witch named Bayonetta who's super confident and knows how to fight. She uses a mix of guns on her hands and feet, plus magic and really smooth combos to take down enemies. The best part is the combat. It's fast, it feels good, and it rewards you for timing your dodges right. When you dodge perfectly, time slows down, and you can hit enemies a bunch without them hitting back. It makes the fights feel really satisfying, like you're in control the whole time. The game throws a lot of enemies at you, from small ones to huge bosses, and each fight feels different. The bosses especially are big and crazy.
Why the fuck does this one remind me of Godzilla? Yeah, I wonder why.
Like giant monsters or weird angelic beings, and beating them usually feels like a big deal because they take some skill. Bayonetta can do all kinds of moves, from punches and kicks to shooting enemies while jumping in the air, and you can mix everything together in long combos that look super cool. The whole world feels mysterious but stylish, with a mix of modern city streets and magical places. As the series goes on, the story adds more crazy stuff like time travel, different worlds, and new characters.
Oh no, I hate time travel. Everything time travel, I hate it. I hate it with a passion. Don't. Please, no.
With their own stories. It's not the kind of game where you have to pay super close attention to the story though. The main thing is just the action and the style. Speaking of style, Bayonetta herself is a big part of the game's charm. She's tall, confident, and moves like a dancer. The game shows off.
By the way, created by a woman. Literally. And guess what? Feminists hate it. Of course they do.
Of her design, but in a way that feels natural for her character. She's not just there to look good, she's a powerful fighter who owns every fight she's in. The costumes are cool too, and you can unlock a bunch of different outfits in the game, which is a nice bonus if you like customizing her look. The series has a great balance of fast gameplay, cool visuals, and a character with a lot of personality. If you like games where you feel powerful and can pull off stylish moves, Bayonetta is perfect. The controls might take a little time to get used to, but once you do, the game becomes really fun and rewarding.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Is he catching all of the pizzas?
Catherine, full body.
He didn't show. No, this looks nice.
Play as Vincent, a guy who's kind of stuck in a confusing love triangle. On one side, there's his longtime girlfriend Catherine, who's all about stability and commitment. On the other, there's this mysterious and playful woman named Catherine who shows up and shakes things up. The story dives deep into Vincent's struggles with relationships, commitment, kind of like a really intense, emotional soap opera, but with a twist. Now, the fan service part is subtle, but especially with Catherine, she's definitely designed to catch your eye, and the game teases with some pretty stylish character designs and moments, but it's never over the top or gross. The art style is anime-inspired and looks really sharp, and the characters have a cool, mature vibe. Plus, the full-body version adds...
finally. No high schoolers. Great, thank you. Yeah, I like the art style of the cutscenes and even that. I like it, yeah.
A new character named Rin, which adds even more drama and choices to the mix. Gameplay-wise, it's mostly about climbing these crazy tower puzzles. Every night, Vincent gets trapped in nightmares where he has to climb blocks, move them around, and avoid traps or monsters. The puzzles get pretty tricky, but they're fun and satisfying once you figure out how to move pieces to clear a path. There's also a time pressure because the tower is collapsing, so you have to think fast. The story parts are really well done. The game blends dialogue, character drama, and nightmare sequences seamlessly, plus your choices affect how the story unfolds, which means multiple...
Which is nice, thank you. I hope that, because everything else wouldn't make any sense.
Endings, so it's got replay value if you want to see how things could have gone differently. Overall, Catherine Full Body is great if you want a mix of smart puzzles and a deep, mature story about love, fear, and...
So it literally is an ass. Okay. Yeah, I thought that, and then I saw that there's a foot. Yeah, this is an ass.
Growing up. It's unique and emotional with some cool moments and stylish characters that keep things interesting without going too far. Nier Automata. So Nier Automata is this crazy mix of robot fights, deep feelings, and some wild story twists. You play as these android girls, 2B is the main one, and yeah, she's kind of got that sleek badass vibe going on.
Yes, she's great and all, but I hate the gameplay.
But don't get it twisted, it's not just a pretty faced game. The story's actually kind of heavy. Like, these robots are stuck fighting a war nobody really understands.
It's a wannabe philosophical game. The story isn't deep. It's not. I mean, I only played the tutorial, but that took me finishing that and, you know, stopping the game. Took me almost 2 hours, no, 90 minutes, a little bit more than that. It wasn't good. I hated every second of it. And I mean it literally, I had no enjoyment playing this game at all. That's why I stopped. Fucking hate it.
And the game makes you think about what it even means to be alive or have feeling. Weird stuff for a game about smashing machines, right? The fights are super smooth and fun. You're slashing enemies, dodging attacks, and sometimes the camera switches up and it feels like you're playing a shooting game or even a flying game. It keeps you on your toes. The combos look...
And yes, and those sequences, your controls change and they are bad. They're a little bad. I died so often because of how bad the controls are. Oh my god, I'm getting angry again. Can you please stop?
Cool, but aren't too hard to pull off, so it's fun for casual players, but has some depth if you want to get fancy. One thing that's wild about this game is the story. You don't get the full picture the first time you play. You gotta replay it with different characters to unlock the whole mystery, and just when you think you know what's going on, the game throws you some curveballs. It's kind of like a puzzle, but with robots and emotions. The world looks kind of sad but pretty, with broken cities and nature growing back. Plus the music is freaking amazing. It'll stick in your head for days. And now fan service. Yeah, the 2B's outfit and style are pretty eye-catching, but it never feels forced. It's just part of the vibe. The game is mostly about the story and action, but you get that little bonus for sticking around.
No, she is the chicks are the only reason to play the game. Everything else in the game is so mediocre at best that I really hate this game. I really do. I really try to like this game because of her, but I really hate this game.
If you want a game that's fun to play and makes you think a bit, Nier's a good pick. Just be ready to play it a few times to get the full story, like a movie with sequels but better. Scarlet Nexus. You get to pick between two characters,
Looks good so
Vito
far.
or Kasane. Both are new members of this special group called the Other Suppression Force. Basically, they fight monsters called Others. And these Others aren't your normal monsters.
Very unique name. The Others, yeah.
They look kind of scary and want to eat people's brains. Yeah, nasty stuff. The fighting in the game is really fun and easy to get into. You don't just slash with swords, you also use your psychic powers to grab things around you, like cars, rocks, or even parts of buildings. And
if they would be smart, they would just get an island and invite politicians there. Then they could eat brains. You don't get into that again?
throw them at enemies. It feels pretty awesome when you pick up a big object and smash it into a monster. On top of that, you can run fast, jump, and do combos with your sword. You also have teammates who fight with you and have their own special psychic powers, so you gotta figure out the best way to work with them. It makes battles more interesting and not just button mashing all the time. The story starts out kind of simple, you're just fighting monsters and trying to protect people. But as you play more, you find out there are secrets in the organization you work for. There's a lot of drama, like who you can trust, hidden plans, and mystery about what the others really are.
Oh, you mean all things that we have already seen 100 times before? Yeah, I'm so surprised. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, whatever.
The game tells the story through cutscenes and talks with your teammates, so you get to know them and their problems too. It's not just about fighting all the time, there's some good story stuff mixed in. The characters are drawn in this bright anime style, and yeah, some of the characters look pretty cool and stylish. The game doesn't go too crazy with fan service, but if you like seeing colorful, neat designs and sometimes characters looking sharp, you'll like that part. The whole world is colorful too, it's not dark or scary like some other games, more like a bright comic book. If you want a game that's easy to pick up with cool psychic powers, fun battles, and a story that keeps you interested, Scarlet Nexus is a solid choice. It's got that...
To be fair, I like everything I see here. I do. I really like everything I see. Just what I heard about the story is like, yeah, I've seen that already. Why would I want to play another game that's like that, story-wise? I've seen that. Oh my god. That's also a problem with, you know, getting older and watching movies, playing games and shit like that. You have just seen all the stories already.
Anime vibe, but also feels fresh and exciting. Plus, the soundtrack and visuals make it feel pretty energetic the whole time. Tales of Berseria. So Tales of Berseria is this cool RPG where you play as Velvet, a girl who's kind of pissed off at the world. Like, she's not your typical, let's save the day hero. She's more like, I'm gonna wreck anyone who mess with me. The story kicks off because something really bad happened to her, and now she's on this wild revenge trip. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, it's got a bit of a dark and gritty vibe, which is pretty cool because it makes the story feel real and not all cheesy. You don't...
Thankfully, something that's not like something we have seen 100 million times already. Okay, nice. Thank you.
Just wander around town talking to people, though there's some of that, but mostly you're fighting. And the combat? Dude, it's super fast and action-packed. You get to control Velvet and a bunch of other characters who all have different fighting styles. It's like a fighting game mixed with an RPG. You can chain combos, use special moves called Artes, and switch characters mid-fight to keep things spicy. It never gets boring.
Okay, yeah, I like this. It's a little bit of Final Fantasy with action. Yeah, nice, nice. At least she looks nice. Especially with the glasses. Yes, I have a thing for that.
Because you're always trying to pull off cool moves and dodge attacks. The characters are a big part of why the game is fun. Velvet's got that don't mess with me energy, but her crew is a pretty wild bunch. They're all messed up in their own ways, but that makes them feel like real people, not just game NPCs. Plus, the story dives into some heavy stuff like dealing with loss, anger, and what it really means to be human. It's deep, but not in a way that makes your brain hurt. More like those serious moments in movies that stick with you. The art style is bright and colorful, classic anime look. If you like games with fast fights, a story that hits you in the feels, and characters that aren't perfect but still awesome, you'll probably dig Tales of Berseria. It's got that good mix of action and emotion, and it keeps you hooked with twists and turns along the way. Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is this third-person action game where you step into the shoes of Eve, a total badass warrior. The Earth has been taken over by these alien robot monsters called Natibus, and it's kind of a mess. Ruined cities.
Wait, she also has a robot? part? Is it there all the time? Oh, don't go full Nier Automata, because I don't remember this game being full Nier Automata.
Dark skies, all that post-apocalyptic stuff. Your job, kick alien butt, figure out what went wrong, and maybe save what's left of humanity. Pretty classic save the world story, but the way it's told feels fresh, with cool sci-fi twists and some mystery about Eve's past and her connection to the aliens. The gameplay is where the real fun's at. The combat is super fast and smooth. You can't just button mash. You got to actually think about when to attack, dodge, or block. It's kind of like a mix of hack and slash and a little bit of Souls-like timing stuff, but not as brutal. When you nail a parry or pull off a slick combo, it feels so good. Eve's sword swings look cool and fluid, and she's got these fancy special moves and gadgets that keep the fights from getting stale. The enemies aren't just boring cannon fodder either. Some are quick, some are big and tanky, and boss fights make you sweat, because you gotta learn their moves and time your counters perfectly. Visually, the game is gorgeous. The world is a mix of shiny, futuristic tech and ruined landscapes, kind of like Earth got hit by some big disaster, but people still left some cool tech behind. The lighting and effects make everything pop, especially during combat when you're pulling off.
Yeah, so far I've never heard anything bad about this game. But that also went for Nier Automata, and I hated that.
Flashy moves. Eve's character model is super detailed, and she moves with this confidence that just feels right. Now about the fan service, yeah, Eve's outfit definitely stands out. She wears this tight, sleek suit that shows off her curves, and yeah, it's made to grab attention, but it never feels cheap. Not like the game stops to stare at her or makes weird scenes just for eye candy. It's more like, here's a badass chick who also looks good. So fan service is there, but it's subtle, not the whole point of the game. The story adds some cool depth too. You're not just fighting aliens for the fun of it. There's a mystery about why the Earth got invaded, what happened to humanity, and why Eve is so special. The game throws in some emotional moments, like when you find out about people who survived or lost everything. It keeps you hooked and wanting to see what happens next. Plus, the controls are tight and responsive. It feels great to play, whether you're smashing enemies or exploring the world. The game isn't super long, but it's packed with action and story beats, so it doesn't drag. If you're into games with
This reminds me too much of Nier Automata. The fighting, I don't like that.
Fast-paced combat, sci-fi worlds, and a strong female lead who's both a warrior and stylish, Stellar Blade is definitely worth checking out. It's got that mix of cool gameplay, a decent story, and just enough fan service to keep things interesting without going overboard. Dragon's Crown. Dragon's Crown is basically a modern love letter to old-school beat-em-up games, but...
Okay, this is kind of weird. Why is the head so small?
With a fantasy twist. You pick one of 6 characters, like a big axe-wielding dwarf, a slick elf with a bow, or a super powerful sorceress, and go off smashing monsters, looting treasure, and exploring dungeons. The game's got this kind of classic Dungeons and Dragons vibe, but way more stylish and animated. It's all 2D hand-drawn art.
Anime? This is not anime. At least, not really. It's kind of confusing.
And it looks amazing, like straight up looks like a moving painting. It's one of those games where you pause just to admire the backgrounds sometimes.
Yes, I can see that, but I feel like this looks like a browser game.
Gameplay's tight too. You just run through these side-screen levels, beating the crap out of skeletons, goblins, dragons, and whatever else gets in your way. It's not just button mashing either. You got to use combos, magic, dodging, all that stuff. And when you start playing co-op with friends, that's when it really gets wild. Total chaos in the best way. Now, yeah, fan service, oh yeah, it's definitely there. The character designs, especially the Sorceress and the Amazon, are a lot. The Sorceress has this massive presence, and the Amazon's built like a tank, but wearing barely anything. It's exaggerated on purpose.
Oh, I remember her. I've seen this years ago. Years ago. I don't even remember where. But yes, she's great.
As part of the whole over-the-top fantasy art style. Some people dig it, some roll their eyes. Depends on your vibe. But it's not like the game's just about that. It's got solid gameplay and a lot of heart underneath the flashy designs. The story's not super deep or anything, but it does the job. It's all about adventuring through these magical lands, finding ancient relics, and unlocking the secrets of the Dragon's Crown. Simple, fun, and fits the style perfect. If you like old school arcade style brawlers, fantasy worlds, and a bit of wild art design thrown in, Dragon's Crown is a good time. It's one of those games that doesn't take itself too seriously, but still delivers a good fun ride. Maiden Cops. Maiden Cops is just straight up wild. It's this side-scrolling beat-up that
I love I love what I see. This I like this. This looks fine. This looks good.
It feels like someone took an old school arcade game, cranked up the volume, added a bunch of flashy moves, and just said, let's go nuts. You play as a trio of badass lady cops trying to clean up a city that's totally out of control. Like this gang called the Liberators is causing all kinds of chaos, and it's up to you and your squad to punch, kick, and combo your way through the madness. Each of the three main characters has their own style. Like one's this super energetic rookie, another's a calm, cool veteran, and then there's this big, strong softie who's basically the muscle of the team. Also, they all play differently too, which keeps things fun, depending on who you pick. Now, yeah, the fan service is real in this one. The designs are totally exaggerated,
Wait.
over the top.
Did I see a dick swing?
Fan service is real in this one. The designs.
For a second, I thought this was a dick. One was beneath that, but it's not. Thank God.
Are totally exaggerated, the kind of over-the-top stuff where, you know, they're not even pretending to be subtle, the outfits, the poses, the animations. It's definitely leaning into that whole sexy anime cop vibe.
Which is fine. That's what we come for.
But it's done in this loud, ridiculous way that honestly feels like it's just having fun with itself. Like the game knows what it is and doesn't try to beat anything else. What really makes it work though is that the gameplay is actually solid. It's fast, smooth, and super satisfying when you're landing big combos and clearing out a bunch of enemies. And if you bring a friend along for local co-op, it gets even better. Pure chaos, but in a good way.
I like this. It was neat. It was neat and interesting. Yeah, this was nice. This was nice. We already watched this. And this. Can go. And we did this. Well, I did. And this, man, out 1 month ago. Oh right, this video, yeah. I think when I'm not streaming, I have to go through all of this and see how this shit is. Radical Femcel is literal garbage. Man. So much stuff. This game is brutal for new players. Here's why. What? I completely disagree. Arc Raiders is one of the most beginner-friendly games out there. I thought I had to sneeze. Jesus. With my microphone settings, that would have destroyed your ears. So, this game is brutal for new players. Here's why. Arc Raiders. Yeah, it's not. It's absolutely not. I highly disagree. But let's see what he's saying.
Arc Raiders, the new gaming sensation that has its little robotic claws in everybody. I have never played an extraction shooter before, but as a fan of action-packed games where something new and exciting happens on every run, it seemed high time for me to give in to the most recent trend and give this genre a shot. Plus, it will give me a chance to try and satiate my inner loot goblin. Loading in for the very first time, I had no idea what to expect, but I think it's safe to say that I was really excited. I literally just heard something outside and I had no idea what it was, and when I looked out there, my neighbor was hanging sausages from the tree in their front yard, so that's how my day's going. Yep,
that's weird.
Not distracted at all. After getting started looting the trunk of a car and wrestling with the menu, we moved forward when I noticed
the menu. Oh, he's playing on console, on PlayStation. Okay. The menu is harder to use on console. It is. I've seen it. Because on PC, no problems at all. Because we can drag and drop.
something. That is, that's what we're supposed to be fighting? I'm supposed to take that down with a pistol? I don't know if that's gonna happen, but, you know, maybe I'll surprise myself. Continuing on, we came across another raider, and he doesn't seem too excited to see us. Oh, okay, well, we killed somebody. After the bloodbath, we explore a rundown pizzeria, grabbing some super valuable loot. What do we got? Expired pasta, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. We go to make our way to the exit when we get struck by a sudden but inevitable betrayal. It's nice and noisy, so I'm sure, okay, yep. So, I guess we're dead. That was the
For everyone who doesn't know, before you go to the door, you can drop everything you have on you, then do this thing, and after the cutscene is done, you can pick up everything you have again. Just, you know, just a little tip.
Shortest little session ever. After taking an angry nap to literally sleep off gunshot wounds, we dust ourselves off and keep on going. We find some replacement goodies on the corpse of another raider and make our way to a nearby elevator.
Dude, he didn't do the tutorial properly. Because the tutorial tells you to heal yourself. What the fuck? Whoever this is, you are not supposed to use this elevator. Yes, that's literally what she's saying. But why the fuck? He didn't heal and he didn't put the shield on. Wow. He's literally not following the tutorial. How can you not follow the tutorial? It's right there in your face.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. We wait for what seems like an unreasonably long time. They're taking their sweet time, aren't they? But eventually the lift arrives. And
it's not that long. It's not. No, especially not here. Now, out in the open, when you're actually doing raids, it kind of feels long sometimes. Yeah.
We use a nearby terminal to return to Speranza. We go in here and we activate this to go down to Speranza. It's a pretty interesting name. Speranza. It's got a little spice to it.
Well, it's Italian.
I guess I should supply some backstory here based on my very limited understanding. From what I've gathered, humanity is hiding underground after being attacked by mechanical menaces known as the Ark. Speranza is one of the last and largest strongholds, and they send raiders topside to scavenge for gear and supplies. It seems like we're an outsider though, but while they're a little bit wary of us, I'm sure we'll be right at home in no time. From here we get to make our character, which is cool and all, but I feel like it's a little limited. Like, what do you mean I can't?
Oh yes. You literally can't make attractive characters. Now my character is half decently attractive. It's a woman. But even then, you've seen way better. In games 20 years old. And older. This is very, very limited. And it's also very Western style, you know, customization. No actual beauty at all with any character. Which is horrible.
Tweak individual facial features, and why is there no option for my beautiful bald baby boy to have a beard? I mean, I assume we're going to be wearing helmets and masks and all kinds of stuff that covers my face anyway.
But if I play a guy, I want to have a beard because I love beard. I mean, there, evidence number one.
would have gone a long way towards making me feel more attached to Randy the Random Raider. We get our first quest from Shawnee, the security officer, to go topside and gather some stuff to prove that we're on the up and up. Afterwards, we pick out our gear, or rather don't pick out our gear, because I have a feeling this is gonna go real bad real quick.
You know, we're gonna take a free loadout just to be safe, you know. If I know anything about...
Fun fact, I haven't used a free loadout since the first Vibe. The first? Yes, the first Vibe expedition. After that expedition, I've never used a free loadout. Ever. And I'm rich as fuck. Well, not rich as fuck, but I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm stacked in the game. And yeah, there's zero reason to use a free loadout. Unless you are a PvP player, I guess. Poor boys.
Extraction shooters, which I don't, to be clear. I know that if you get taken out, you lose whatever you're holding, so we're gonna play it safe. We're just gonna go in with a free loadout and just hope for the best. I mean...
By the way, I would recommend, if you're a new player, your first couple of raids, just do free loadouts to get, you know, the hang of it. That's literally what I did. It was completely fine.
What's the worst that could happen, right? We finally arrive at the first map, Damn Battlegrounds. Here we are. As I begin to scrounge around for some loot, I am filled with a combination of nerves and excitement. I may be new to this game and extraction shooters as a whole, but as I hear the gunfire in the distance, I remind myself that danger could be lurking around any corner. We need to keep an eye out, not only for...
And that is why what makes the game so great. There can be danger around every corner, but it doesn't have to.
Ark, but also for other raiders that are thirsty for our precious loot. We start to explore the power generation complex, which I could have sworn was the name of a supplement my wife had me take before we went to the gym the last time, but I could be mistaken. It's always interesting to see the derelict ruins of the civilization that came before. And as somebody who grew up playing games like Fallout, I feel right at home.
Oh.
This place has such a cool vibe. And there's even a high-tech searchlight to add to the ambience. Except it's not for ambience, and it's actually trying to kill us.
Yeah. Why would you just walk into the light? Everyone that has ever played a game knows that if there is a light, something's wrong. You have to be worried about something. And she just walks into it.
Man, I sure am glad that I had some cover between me and most of those bullets. Sure, we got tagged a little bit, but we got super lucky. And now I know about that trap for future encounters and definitely won't get caught with my pants down going.
By the way, those turrets, they change positions. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are not there. Sometimes they are in different places. A lot of shit can happen. Same goes with enemies. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are not there. The bigger ones, most times they are there. But smaller ones, sometimes they are there, sometimes not. It kind of depends. And also the number. A lot of things depend. Which is, I think it's good. In this way, it's more dynamic to play the maps over and over again.
Forward. We continue looting and scooting, eventually re-emerging outside. After being confined to the corridors below, I am feeling very exposed out here, especially because I'm worried that all the gunfire from that previous turret will draw unwanted attention. I decide our best course of action will be to continue our search in a nearby structure. I head inside, close the door, and whoopsie poopsie, would you look at that? It's another turret. Oh piss.
Yeah, he's gonna die.
Well, finishing the job his cousin started, the wall turret cuts through my health and shields like a hot knife through butter. I reopen the door, crawl outside, and take the time to close the door behind me again. Because I may be bleeding out on the concrete, but mama didn't raise no boy with no manners, damn it. I try to use the proximity chat to call out for help, not realizing that my settings on my PlayStation won't let anyone hear me. But it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. Yeah. 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 Screaming into the void. Literally.
There is no one around to hear my cries either way, and I die, cold and alone.
Wow, great.
Back in Speranza, I decide to switch things up for our next raid.
Alright, maybe having some headgear on will help me.
It doesn't do anything, it's just cosmetics.
You know, be a little more resilient.
But he leveled up.
Help me feel more confident out there on the surface. And if any other raiders see me, maybe they'll think I'm such a dweeb that I'm not a threat and they won't try to take me down.
We spawn in with another free loadout, and we still need to do more looting to complete the quest that Shawnee gave us earlier. On our way to a nearby point of interest, I finally get a chance to stop and smell the flowers and really take in the scenery for the first time.
Well, I gotta say that the environments look pretty great. I mean, as good as run-down, destroyed areas can, I guess.
As we leave the ruins of a broken bridge, I spot a flying arc in the distance and figure there's no better time than now to try and see how combat works.
You know what? Let's test it out. Let's see how this fighting is. And we've got a slow shooting rifle, so that's great.
Oh, right. It's a ferro. Yeah.
Reload, please. And it's still standing. This is not ideal. We knocked it out of the sky, though.
After taking the wasp down, I get confused and pick up a field crate, thinking it was dry.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can understand that. Yes, totally. For a new player, these are very confusing.
Dropped by the enemy arc. After slowly walking without being able to find where to use it, I eventually just leave it in the dust and get back to looting a nearby apartment building. I then realize that I've completed my quest and have collected a lot of stuff. Not sure if any of it is good, but you know, we got a lot of it, and that's what
it is. There almost is no bad loot in the game because you have need for everything, even if it's just for money.
Matters. I'm starting to feel that pressure that only an extraction shooter can bring. I may not know what any of these items I'm picking up are for, but I do know that if I get killed again, I will lose everything. I'm panicking with these packed pockets, but at least all this scavenging is getting me a decent chunk of XP. I also learned to do this neat little trick.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, we'll just search that through the wall. Why not? And we just phased through the wall. Nice.
I never had that happen.
Some elite tech
Great.
you guys may not know about. You know, I'm already in here. I'm cracking the code. I'm making sure that we find the best strats.
With our bag absolutely brimming with one man's trash but this man's treasure, I make for a nearby elevator to extract. As I get closer,
Oh, it's this one. Yeah. A lot of times there is a rocketeer there. Or at least wasps and hornets patrolling around the area. Yeah, that area is really dangerous.
Spot a flying arc nearby and decide to try and pick it off from a distance before making my escape.
That's a hornet.
Looks like there is.
It's a bigger one.
Robot kind of guarding it, so we'll take a shot on him real quick and try and reload real quick as he's getting closer. Okay, we missed. That's not a great start here. Okay, there's one, and oh!
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Hornets really hurt. Hornets are... I really hate fighting hornets because they are so dangerous. They are so tricky to take down that I avoid fighting them unless I have to. They're that deadly. I think they're the ones that... They're the arc that killed me the most. Which is funny. Seeing how I fought queens and matriarchs.
Okay. Reload, please. Reload, please. We're getting shocked. We're getting constantly shocked. Okay, we're dodging. We're learning. Oh my god. This thing is going to take me out, and this is going to be so embarrassing. Please do not kill me. It is still going. It is still tanking damage. Okay, we finally got it. I'm dead. I have died. Yeah, so I didn't really know how to effectively use that.
Awesome. Yeah, effectively, you want to shoot down the rotors. Destroy 2 of the rotors, then that thing is done.
Weapon or the quick item wheel, and I definitely didn't realize that the Hornet is armored, so we kind of just traded kills there. Whoops. I desperately crawled towards the elevator, trying to call out for help via proximity chat that still isn't working, and using the in-game call out.
I know that feeling. I had that happen in 2 sessions, maybe 3. Yeah. Was stupid.
Option, but alas, there was no one nearby to help me out.
Okay, we died. Well, so we're making some progress. We were able to take down a guy, but you know, we, according to the game, killed ourselves. So we've got that going for us.
Nice.
So, no loot once again, but as a consolation prize, we level up and get a pet chicken, I guess.
Scrappy the rooster. Look at that.
Not sure where he came from, why he gives us random supplies, or why he wants to wear a dog collar, apparently, but, you know,
It's a fetish. Just ask Epstein.
I'm here for it. Here we also get our first little sampling of things that we can craft to help us on our raids. And I can instantly tell that we are going to need to prioritize building up our...
Funny how he literally said, oh, I leveled up, and he doesn't spend his skill points at all.
On our raids. And I can instantly tell that we are going to need to prioritize building up our home base if we want to even stand a chance of surviving on the surface. There's also a skill tree in this game.
Actually, I think not. You might actually not need them. Because you can buy a lot of stuff. And you find a lot of stuff. So should be fine. Kind of. But actually, would be a challenge, you know, not using your crafting benches. You could do that, but it really would be challenging.
Which I didn't know about, but it is a welcome inclusion. I'm sure that everybody online has already metagamed the ever-loving crap out of these skills and plotted out the optimal build. But for someone like me, it is just a cool way for me to customize my character and make it feel more like my own. That, and it can give me the illusion that I'm actually making some progress, even when I'm getting absolutely clapped by Ark and returning home empty-handed.
Hooray!
We return to Shawnee, deliver our finished quest, and pick up 2 more. One asks us to scavenge some things from her grocery list, and the other asks us to destroy some Ark to get some revenge for our last 2 embarrassing deaths. Speaking of embarrassing deaths, I really don't want to set myself up for failure again, and although I'm really worried about dying and losing what little loot I currently have, I want to make sure I'm setting myself up for success and putting my best foot forward.
An actual real loadout. Nice.
So, I've decided to bite the bullet and use some of the gear I currently have in my stash. And I'm just hoping this is the turning point for me. Maybe having an actual loadout will give me the...
I also take an extra augment with me for some reason. Oh, yeah. Beginner mistakes.
Advantages I need while I'm still learning the game.
3rd time's the charm though, right? Got a couple more quests to complete. I'm getting more comfortable, getting more confident. At least that's what I'm gonna go with.
With my trusty customized loadout, I set off through the South Swamp Outpost. As is custom, we do a little exploring and loot.
That area is actually good for looting. It actually is.
To get started. Eventually, I find another field crate.
There's another one of these. Where are we supposed to carry those? I'd like to know before I waste my time just kind of
over
moving
there?
all over
Yes,
with
there,
it.
there,
While
there.
searching around, I find a machine that looks like it might be able to open the crate. So we head back and pick it up, slow walk our way over, and sure
You can run backwards and you are faster. Just so you guys know.
enough, it works. We are rewarded for our efforts with some ammo and supplies. And I have to say, I'm feeling pretty pleased with myself, if I do say so myself. As we leave, I hear some gunfire and see a flare go up.
Oh no, somebody just got killed.
I rush over to offer my assistance because I am the good boy and I do the good boy things. And after taking down the remaining Ark, I try to go over and help the downed raider. Hey, can you
And
hear
then
me?
you knock him out.
Please. Friendly. First time playing the game. Help a brother out.
I'm brand new. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I don't have
If two new players meet each other and no one knows what to do, great. Yeah, this is awesome.
anything to heal you with.
Sorry.
I quickly realize that something has been wrong with my voice settings on PS5, and I try to fix it. Unfortunately, I'm not quick enough.
How do I pick you up? Oh,
How tragic. My first real interaction with another player, and he just died at my feet.
It's so stupid.
Ain't getting any deader.
Better put this loot to good use, you know what I'm saying? Sensei Wu, if you happen to somehow see this, I'm really sorry I didn't know how to pick you up. That is my bad, man.
The thing is, he couldn't have picked them up. You need a defibrillator for that.
After picking our friend,
he could have healed him and, you know, brought him to the extract. And with brought him, I mean, help him a little, you know, healing him on the way.
Bones clean. We continue further into the swamp and spot what looks like a giant downed robot. The map tells me that this is a barren husk. And at first I'm disappointed because I can't find any places to actually loot it. But eventually I figure out that you can...
Oh yes, oh, this is going to be good. I want to know how he reacts to it. Because for the ones who don't know, well, you will see. You will see. I'm not gonna spoil this.
Climb on top and interact with it.
Oh yeah, you can scavenge up here. Oh did I just wake it up? Oh flip, oh flip, oh flip. It's pissed. It's on fire. That guy's here now.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh okay, we just got taken out.
If he had just reloaded and shot that thing down, he would have been fine.
Yep. Some fumbling and being not so quick with the quick item usage causes me to die. Again. Like previous raids, I try to see if anybody's close enough to hear my proximity chat. Hello? But unfortunately for me, it looks like we're off to join Sensei Wu in that big loot pile in the sky.
Oh lord.
Oh boy.
You know, I'd love to say that it went okay, but it really didn't. It really didn't. We made a nice little move here. We watched a man die in front of us, and then we died ourselves. So I guess that's life, right? Hey, we took something in our safe pocket. We got an advanced arc power cell, so it's a very valuable resource. Okay.
Wait, it's only used to craft energy clips? Then why the fuck do I have so many of them? Did they change that? Maybe? I don't know. I would have to check.
Okay, that's great.
So, yeah. To say things aren't going the way I would have liked is an understatement. It's clear that I'm going to have to put in some serious work, but I will not rest until I master this game.
What have I gotten myself into?
Arc Raiders, the new game.
Warcraft itself is poised for growth.
Already
it's a
watched
fantastic
this.
Arc Raiders.
Yeah, this was a nice video. It was a nice video. there wasn't a lot going on, but it was a nice video. What now? What do we do now? Oh, actually, we could go for the Discord. The Discord drama. Because Discord did a thing and they are already backpedaling. Little retards.
We are seeing people en masse canceling their Discord Nitro subscriptions, deleting their accounts, and revolting against the current situation with their new identification system. And while it is similar to what happened with YouTube a few months ago, that doesn't mean people are holding back with voicing their dissatisfaction. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I think most of us can agree protecting children is good. Most of us want children to...
Yeah, but the protecting children thing is only just what they say they want to do, but they don't actually care because they are literally the people that harm the children. No, they say that so people don't say... So you can... Oh my god. So, we have the people that want to control everyone. And we have the people that don't want that. The people that want to control everyone say, oh, we do that for the children. And if you then here say, oh, that's all bullshit, they go, oh, you don't want to protect the children? What are you? A predator? That's what's going on.
Be safe, especially when it comes to their time on the internet, but oftentimes children are used as an excuse to push more government control, and in this case, more platform control. We have seen Xbox do it, which ultimately is Microsoft. We have seen Sony do it with PlayStation, Nintendo do it, and it is only going to continue to get worse because they do want to farm our data. They want to be able to ban us whenever they feel like it, and they want us to feel afraid to do certain things and say certain things on their platforms. And I think it is insane that a platform that just a few months ago faced a major security breach is now saying, well, we might require you to give us your ID. So if you don't know this situation, it did come out a few days ago, but Discord will require a face scanner ID for full access next month in some situations, because Discord announced that it's rolling out age verification on its platform globally starting next month, when it will automatically set all users' accounts to a teen-appropriate experience unless they demonstrate that they're adults. Now, this isn't going to instantly require everybody to give them their ID or face scan. If you show a history of adult content, it's not going to require you to. At least that's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's bullshit. They say that they have that for 3 months and then they changed that. It's all just PR so people don't freak out. That's all this is about.
So if you have been on Discord for, I don't know, a decade now, and you're in adult-focused servers and you play M-rated games, it's not going to flag you. But this is an AI, and AI can go rogue very often. So this does...
Oh yeah, AI is wrong about shit all the time. I can't understand why everyone is so hyped about AI. AI is not that great. It isn't.
Does sound like it is going to be similar to YouTube's system that they implemented a few months back. And yeah, accounts weren't in mass locked down and banned. We didn't see a major change in the platform, but you still can't trust these companies. You still can't trust the AI that they're...
Never trust a company. Never. Never trust a company. Never trust the government. Never trust people that want something from you without giving you something. And what do they give you? Nothing. They don't give you anything for this. Anything.
Using, and we do still need to voice how unhappy they are, because they could have just rolled this out in certain places where it is required, but instead it is platform wide, which is insane. And Unless we fight back and we voice how unhappy we are, nothing might change. And now Discord is damage controlling. They are freaking out over this situation. They are clearly facing a lot of backlash. And as you can see, they did this big thread. It's currently got 16 million views, 15,000 likes to 16,000 comments, and I don't really see anyone in favor of this. Now, I'm obviously not going to read this entire freaking book. I am just going to read to you the most important parts. They say that Discord is not requiring everyone to complete a face scan or upload an ID to use Discord. The vast majority of people can continue using Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. They say facial scans never leave your device. Discord and our vendor partners never receive it.
We already know that's a lie because we have earlier seen something. I don't think if I watched it on stream or when I took a shit. Well, they had partnered with a company that that saves your data on their servers, and they're known for, you know, not keeping their data safe. Yeah. And then they, you know, dropped the partnership with them, with that company. But they have partnerships with other companies all over the place.
IDs are used to get your age only and then deleted. Discord only receives your age. That's it. Your identity is never associated with your account. But again, we still can't fucking trust them. We still cannot sit here and go, oh yeah, you know what? It sounds reasonable. It's okay. No, we need to talk about how bad this is and how overreaching this is, and this is why they are getting destroyed online. Again, there are thousands upon thousands of threads and comments and videos and live streams talking about this, which is great to see. No, thumbs down. Not reading all that. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah.
Try it and see Discord. Choose your death date. You sit on a throne of lies. Most users won't have their government ID stolen. Is not a flex like you think it is. Disney's go F yourself. You need a competitor. The shit you get away with is not acceptable just because you're easily a monopoly at this point. Yeah, I used to use platforms like TeamSpeak a long time ago, which were cool, but Discord became much more easily accessible and easy to maneuver.
And that's the only reason people are on Discord. That's literally the only reason. TeamSpeak is still out there, and in some places on the planet, it's more used than Discord.
For people who didn't know how to use TS, though maybe it's time. Oh, what's that? Getting nervous about all those nitro cancels? Oh, it's starting to hurt the suited pig's pockets? Bitch made plonkers. I'm happy for you / sorry that happened, but a suitable alternative to your software cannot arrive fast enough. Here are some of the best quote tweets. IDs are used to get your age only, and then deleted. And it's like, this fucking guy, he thinks he can fool us.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting language there. The vendors are getting your IDs. Good luck with them actually deleting them. Newsflash, they won't. IDs are used to get your age and then deleted. ID photos of 70,000 users may have been leaked. Discord says, so yeah, they are.
Yeah, this shit is happening all the time. All the time. You literally can't trust companies with your information. Same, by the way, goes with the government. You can't. Fun fact, I've never heard of companies that sell, you know, love toys, let's call them that, having any breaches like that. Any, ever. It's always those companies that, yeah, it's always those companies like Discord and Google and all these stuff, you know. It's never the things where, you know, oh, children shouldn't be there, like literally shouldn't be there, you know, looking at love toys and getting them. Those areas, they're completely fine, but where the children are, they are always dangerous. I wonder why that is the case.
keeping ID photos. They do keep your information, and the fact that they're straight up lying about it is insane at a time when they need to be as transparent as possible. With Discord suffering a data breach in October, asking for private information to prove our age, we'll have us saying that's going to be a no from me, dog. Yeah, the timing could not freaking be worse. It's like Horizon, Hunters Gathering, or Gathering Hunters, or whatever the fuck that stupid game is called, being announced now when Highguard just failed, and that's on the back of Concord failing not even that freaking long ago. Hey, Discord.
No idea why she brought that up at all. No clue.
Remember, you got rid of the bot that already was doing the job you refused to do yourself? Calling certain people protected characteristics? Oof, this is not good. That's a funny way of saying we steal your data and every message you type so we know with exact precision who you are. I know you're hiding much worse. No secret lasts forever. And at this point, we all know that the reason YouTube has done this, the reason why Discord is doing this, the reason that Microsoft and PlayStation and also Nintendo are doing this is because of certain rules and regulations happening across the world. Places like the UK, places like Australia, they are requiring there to be more guidelines in place, more systems in place, more protections in place in order for apps and sites to not get banned. And obviously in the United States, things cannot get banned so easily or legally. And well, it looks like these companies are just caving in across the board because they are afraid.
Well, they are all owned by the people that want that shit to happen. I mean, it's that simple. If the people that own all the money tell you to do something or you don't get any money and all your banking is shutting down because they own the banks, what are you doing then? Hey, Ulo.
Similar systems are going to be implemented in other places, and so they don't want to have to take the time to create certain versions. It's like when video games get censored. Oh, all of them get censored across the board, even though, well, technically what Zero requires is different from what the ESRB requires to get certain age ratings, but they just don't care because they're too lazy to actually, I don't know, do their job and try to protect their users in every location they possibly can. So it's only going to continue to get worse for Discord. This coping that they're doing, this damage controlling that they're doing is clearly not working out well for them. They are getting destroyed on the internet over this, and rightfully so. And it is going to be hard to keep people paying for a Nitro subscription. It is going to be hard to keep people on your platform if a solid alternative pops up over the next couple of weeks. And well,
there doesn't even need to be a solid alternative, just an alternative that you and your friends are willing to use. It's that simple. If you have a Discord server where you and your friends are, and that's all there is to it for you and your Discord friends, then you can just leave somewhere else. It literally doesn't matter.
Someone has to create some competition in this space, or a lot of people are going to continue to use Discord even if they don't like what's happening on the platform. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon. We are seeing people in...
Welcome.
Stop it. Yeah, this was a good video, yeah.
We are seeing people...
That sums it up, yeah. Discord is kind of fucked. And I'm happy about it. Discord is going down for years already. It's getting worse and worse every minute. And while we're at it... Yes, speaking of Discord... No, because I have no idea who you are on the Discord. Literally no clue who you are. You forgot? You forgot? Yeah, I bet you forgot. I bet you forgot. Okay. Let's see. There he is. Okay. Options. And you are a mod. There. Made you a mod. Good boy. Yes, you are now red. Oh boy, this was something. It's over. Oh boy, oh no, we watched a different video of him earlier about a different game. That, oh my god, look at I can't look at that on fuck Twitch. This gun is completely self-destructing. Oh nice, I like that. AI keeps improving. I hope so. When you die on purpose to get 2B self-destruct outfit. Why not this? What is it? What is this? Cat video? Yeah. Nah. Ow. Actually, we're gonna watch this one because making fun of High Guard is funny. Orange fat cat, yeah, okay, but how could you not want to watch him? Because he's just a big fat cat. Ow. Okay, I'll go and take a piss and then we watch this one. I'm cruel. Sometimes I am. So we are now watching this video, and after that, I have an idea. I'm gonna live on stream brainstorm a game which could be successful, either as a live service game or a non-live service game, depending on what you want. It would work. But let's first start with this video.
Indie games aren't just stealing players from AAA games, they're stealing players exponentially, to the point now that investors are talking about it, and it's heralding the collapse of the default authority that much of this industry has enjoyed for far too long.
Yes.
See, now I know some people are going to say, well, people have always talked about indie games, there's always been popular indie games. True, but they've never been the primary point of discussion. That is something that is almost all...
That is true, yes. And in the past years, indie games have become... Basically, indie games have become the default when it comes to quality of games. Quality. Because AAA games, quality-wise, these days they're just trash. They're just not good. I mean, do you guys remember Starfield? Utter trash. Not even modders wanted to touch that game to make it better. That's how bad that game is. And that's why I think Bethesda is not able to ever make a good game ever again. I think the company is completely done when it comes to making games. Remember, the last game they published was Doom. But most likely Doom, the second Doom. The third Doom did not do that great, but the second one of the new Doom games. And that thing was not made by Bethesda. They just published it. And that was that, and the Doom before that were the only good games that came out of Bethesda in over a decade. And way over a decade, almost 2 decades.
Always been fully dedicated to the biggest games in the industry, but in recent years, that has shifted almost entirely. And now we have analysts that are saying that this isn't some trend. No, indie games are the future of the games industry.
I hope
now,
so.
There are a lot of moving parts to this story. I'm going to try to cover all of it. It's ranging anywhere from creativity to choice to price on some of these games. But what we are seeing right now is a complete takeover that is being executed by the most passionate, by the most creative, by the most in touch with their audience, and the most affordable.
Yes.
What's the saying? Time is like a flat circle. Well, today, we're going back to the beginning. But before that, a shout out to Starforge Systems, who did sponsor today's video. If you guys are looking for a new PC, check out the link down below. Best PCs on the market. I can say that because mine still works. Back to the video. I find the timing of this to be almost poetic. 2026 starts off with Riot Games laying off staff because 2XKO just didn't have enough momentum to...
Wait. Riot lays off 2XKO develop. Oh, wait. I remember they released a fighting game with League of Legends characters, right? And that game completely flopped. I remember now. I have seen one video about this game, and it wasn't talking nicely about it. I completely forgot that that game existed. Completely.
To justify the team size behind it, while Hytale, the game that they abandoned because they just couldn't get it out the door, comes back from the dead, gets bought back by its original creators, and then blows past 2 million in sales only weeks after its reacquisition. Then we have...
I'm thinking about actually getting this game because it looks so interesting. And it's on Steam and not Microsoft Store. I will never touch the Microsoft Store. Fuck that thing. Fuck Microsoft.
By its original creators, and then blows past 2 million in sales only weeks after its reacquisition. Then we have Highguard, the investor-backed independent AAA live service game that's player count dies in a matter of hours, and here we are yet again,
Yes, they are now below 2,000 players. The last time I checked, it was 1,232, I think. It's really bad. This game is completely dead, and that's why they laid off basically everyone. Man, the developers of this game are such arrogant pieces of shit. They shouldn't work in the games industry ever again. Maybe with exception of the technical guys, but the designers of this game, yeah, fuck them.
Talking about layoffs. Meanwhile, Meowgenic shows up, sells 500,000 copies in under 48 hours, cracks 80,000 concurrent players on Steam within days. And while, yes, this is coming from the developer who made Binding of Isaac, the marketing for this game was basically a YouTube video from its creator on a scuffed webcam 5 months before release. This is the story that we've been watching get louder and louder every single year. Big budget AAA games land with teams of hundreds or thousands, marketing so thick you can't escape it, and then nothing. No traction, no pull. They hit the market like a brick and sink. Meanwhile, indie games made by 1 or 2 people show up.
And look at this. The animation. The guy, one developer, this guy did all the animation himself, I would guess. And it looks good. This looks good. It has a distinct style. I mean, you don't need to like the style. I can understand why you wouldn't. But this is very obviously... And this is well made.
With zero marketing and just shred the charts apart, snatching the players by the millions. For a long time, it was easy to treat this like it's some fun underdog story. People love to see the little guy win, but there's always been this quiet dismissal that I've seen underneath it. Like these wins don't matter. Like the industry is just too big to have any consequences. Like the silent majority is out there and they're still just propping up the AAA games industry. And if you think...
Oh yeah, that is over. I think that is completely over. But not completely, but mostly. I think even normies go and see, yeah, this is trash. Why would I spend $70 on this one game that's mediocre if I can buy 10 indie games with much better quality?
That you're wrong, because indie isn't just outperforming AAA every once in a while. No, these players are getting pulled away repeatedly and they're not coming back.
Oh no, he's fucking all the sluts. Okay, yeah, this game has humor. I like this already. It's very obviously a game for adults, not for children.
And now we have proof. Not long ago, Bain & Company, a group of analysts and managers working under the Bain investment umbrella, mostly focused on tech and things like that, published a report titled Squeezed in the Middle, AAA Game Studios Must Adapt, where they wrote AAA video game studios are caught in a pincer.
They can't adapt. They are way too big. And on top of that, there's a lot of arrogance there. That's why they can't adapt. We have seen that with the developers of Concord, and High God. They think of themselves so highly that they just don't listen. They just don't listen. They are stupid people that think they are smart. It's that simple.
Movement. On one side, nimble indies are delivering hit games on shoestring budgets, and on the other, huge games as a service platforms such as Roblox and Fortnite are pulling players, creators, and brands into their gravitational orbit. In between, AAA studios are getting squeezed. Executives from these incumbent studios can no longer ignore the hard truth. They will have to reinvent how they operate if they want to stay relevant and secure their future. Indie developers are thriving despite lacking large workforces and financial resources that would come with being owned by a major publisher. As an illustration, their PC revenues grew at 22% compound annual rate from 2018 through 2024 versus 8% for AA mid-market studios and AAA large studios with big teams and budgets focused on making ambitious titles. Even indie's share of total games available on Steam has remained relatively constant, according to our analysis of estimated upfront game sales from Video Games Inside. Okay, so now to translate that into normal human language, indie isn't just growing faster than AAA, it's growing at nearly 3 times the rate over the same stretch. And because growth...
Oh my god. That's massive. That's actually massive. Oh my god. Oh, I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed.
Both compounds, that gap isn't just sitting there, it's snowballing. It's becoming the new default for the industry. And the market share here is a savage telling, because Bane could sit here and say AAA grew 8%, sure, but AAA also started with the throne. If AAA's market share, which in this case means player base or individual sales, drops from 76% to 61%, that's bad. That's really bad. That's a 15% loss. That's like these guys losing anywhere from 90 to 100 million individual sales. That's essentially the floor giving out from underneath them. And
that sounds bad to me. Actually, really, really bad. This is horrendous. Yeah. Who could have guessed that the people that have massive studios with hundreds and maybe even thousands of people working there, making products that are unappealing to the masses, would not make all the money they wanted. Oh, who could have guessed?
In this case, they're only talking through 2024. 2025 was even worse for these guys. That was a year where most of the biggest budget releases came in under expectations outside of Battlefield 6, and multiple indie games were tearing holes through the games industry.
And I think even Battlefield 6 basically died. Didn't it? It's nowhere here. Battlefield 6. Let's see. Players. Yeah. It's no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine for being out for almost 6 months. Oh, I guess.
Dragging players away. And you know what makes this entire thing that much more insulting? It includes Black Myth Wukong and Baldur's Gate 3 into AAA sales. And I don't care what box and analyst wants to try to put them in. Those are not AAA games in my eyes, nor do I think a lot of players would view those games as AAA either. They are outliers. And if you strip those outliers away, that means these guys are suffering massive losses.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, even drafting 2 games into their corner that honestly do not belong there, these guys are still getting beaten by
Oh no.
Drafting 2 games into their corner that...
Oh no, she's hot. She reminds me of the Draenei. Oh no, shiz. Why do I have to be such a horny old man?
Honestly do not belong there. These guys are still getting beaten by indie games. That is just insane to me. So what's causing this loss of players? Why are indie games taking over the industry? Well, even the analysts are starting to see things from our perspective, though I do think their data is flawed. Bane writes, what's fueling this disruption is not a cycle, it is a structural shift that's reshaping the economics of the industry. Several trends are behind it. Player
preference are evolving. I don't know they are changing. I mean, player trends, I mean, yes, there have always been trends in what players want to play. But the thing is, people want to play good games that are quality games. If I spend $70 on a game, then I fucking expect it to be polished and not a turd. And that's one of the problems. A lot of these games are technically not good. They aren't. They have bugs everywhere. They run like shit. And the gameplay hasn't changed in decades. Literally. Oh, the gameplay is over. The gameplay loop of Ubisoft games is, of all of their games, it's over a decade old. Maybe even almost 2. And they haven't changed anything. And they also haven't changed the engine they use. Bethesda is a prime example of what not to do. You never change your gameplay loop. You never change your engine. You kind of modernize your engine, but not really. So it stays shit. Literally, the last game, Starfield, the game quality-wise looks just like Oblivion. Yes, the textures are more detailed, but modders can do that with Oblivion. It's not a question of, oh my god, this game is so much better because it has more detailed textures. The overall quality of the game is just garbage. And if it's garbage, then people don't want to play it. Especially not for $70. Man. So why wouldn't I've let's go on here. Let's ignore this. Where is it? This game. Nova Drift. Let's go to the shop site. It's not expensive. It has a demo. It costs $17. Taxes included. I have the game. I enjoyed playing the game. It's a very neat, small game. And I have played, how much have I played? Only 10 hours. And I really enjoyed these 10 hours. I started playing the game. I immediately figured out how I want to play this game. And I stuck to it. And this game is really, really neat. It's a neat little game that has enough content for you to enjoy yourself, and then when you get bored, you move on. Do I regret having paid $17? I don't even know if I have paid that much for this game. No, because it was fun. Remembering back to playing this game, I don't remember frustration at all. No frustration playing this game. Even if I died because I didn't like how my current ship worked. Sure. But it was not a problem with the game. It was a problem with me because I didn't like how that specific spaceship worked. It's completely fine. The problem is when you have this big, huge ass AAA games that play in a way that they don't actually really work. They are just frustrating. Or even worse things like, oh, remember Cyberpunk? When that shit came out, it was completely broken. Completely broken. $70 and completely broken. Okay, 60 on PC. $60 and completely broken. An unplayable mess. They fixed it, but it took them, I think, half a year to get rid of most of the bugs. Maybe even 1 year. But still, it came out and it was completely broken. And then you have games like this that shouldn't even be their own game. Just a massive expansion for the first one. And they, by the way, they're working on a third one, which makes no sense to me. Absolutely none. And I think that's the problem, mostly.
Preferences are evolving. While gamers continue to value high-fidelity graphics, gameplay is the most important reason players choose and stay engaged with games. In Bain's 2025 survey, 22% of gamers cited gameplay as the #1 reason they play their favorite games, while high-quality graphics or audio was cited by only 7% of gamers as the most important factor. That dynamic has helped level the playing field, as game studios of any size can achieve commercial success if they get the gameplay right. See Undertale, Stardew Valley, and Vampire Survivors, for example.
Absolutely.
Indie quality is up. Top indie games rival or surpass AAA titles in critical acclaim. Last year, 75% of the top 20 highest-rated games on Metacritic were developed by indie studios. Nearly...
Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? I mean, if you look at last year's game releases, What big games came out that were good? I don't remember anything at all. The only games that I remember are indie games, or at least small developer games like Clair Obscure. I remember that one. And what else came out? Spontaneously, Megabonk, very successful. And for the rest, I don't remember. Oh, of course, Arc Raiders. Not AAA, but close to it. And very, very successful.
Double their share in 2016. As of this writing, Clair Obscure Expedition 33, Blueprints, and Split Fiction top Metacritic's 2025 ratings, outshining even the most ambitious AAA releases.
That's not surprising.
They go on to talk about disruptive tech, barriers collapsing, budgets not making sense, marketing not working, and yeah, all that stuff matters. Indie quality is obviously up. I think anybody can see that, but they're still missing the point here because they're treating those high ratings like it's a fact to report instead of a question that needs to be answered. Why were they rated that highly? What did they do that AAA isn't doing? And also, I'm sorry.
Being good games. They answer the question. It's literally that simple. They are good games. That's why they are rated so high.
I want to know who they are surveying because there is no shot that only 22% of gamers said that gameplay is the reason that they stick to a game. Like, okay, sure, you're going to have a couple people that are here for the story, the art, music, vibes. I'm here for my waifu, whatever.
Yes, exactly. That's the waifu thing was what I wanted to say, but I didn't yet. I wanted to wait.
But is it fun is the actual foundation of these games. It is the entire tree. Everything else just hangs off of that. Without it, the game dies. And AAA has basically been speedrunning proof of that over the past couple of years. For all the insights in this report, the biggest miss they have is how self-inflicted this collapse is, especially around gameplay. These games just aren't fun. And their priority...
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, just remember the last Assassin's Creed. Did that game look like it's fun? No. No, it didn't. It didn't even look like it's fun. And that's on top of being quite ugly. And, you know, generally not very appealing.
Priorities are completely out of order. Bane is right that if players care more about gameplay, indies are going to have an easier time competing because that's all they have. But that's also the part that AAA gave up. In indie games, gameplay is the starting line. In AAA, it feels increasingly more optional.
Yes,
AAA games stopped obsessing over the gameplay and started obsessing over the way they look, over how they're positioned, over the agenda that they're trying to pretend to represent.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely, 100%. See Concord.
That how they could attract more investors, what trend they're trying to ride. And when you build a game like that, you don't end up building something that people love. You just end up building something that people tolerate until they don't.
Yes.
Back last year during the 30th anniversary of Space Invaders, the game's creator, Tomohiro Nishikado, said that he thinks games are being made the wrong way, and he pointed out this very issue.
And he's completely right. If you don't make a game for people to enjoy it, to have fun with it, then you're missing the entire point of making a game.
He said the game development process in Taito eventually changed, and we, the game creators, were increasingly expected to listen to the sales team, which came up with new title concepts they thought would sell. Then we started game development based on that. Personally, I don't think it's the correct approach. Creators should make a game on their own first.
It's like Steve Jobs said, the moment the sales people take over the company, the company is dead. Well, the products suffer and then the company dies. That's exactly what's happening with AAA games.
And then they should expand the project larger. That's what I felt throughout my whole career. AAA games feel a lot like skinwalkers. They just kind of sketch you out. You can tell they're not necessarily the same as everybody else. Underneath, it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of different incentives, a bunch of different people pulling strings in all kinds of different directions for their own wants and needs. None of it having anything to do with you as a player.
Yeah.
It's all about whether they think it will sell. Does it look like the game that it needs to look like? Is it going to offend anybody? Is it sending the right message? Can we monetize it? Can we put a battle path in it? That's what I think happened to Diablo 4. It's one of the reasons that game probably took so long to come out, is because these guys had a hard time figuring out how they were going to monetize it as a live service. And you see that pretty much across the board with the live.
Yes, and that's why the game is so mediocre. And has still no Diablo in it. It's so stupid.
A lot of these games. And I think that this can only go on for so long before the games themselves start to lose meaning. And then the studios start to lose players. Somewhere along the way, when games got mainstream, when they started becoming more profitable, the video game part of the equation just disappeared.
Yes, exactly.
And once these guys started...
Which is also, remember, some game studios, oh yeah, this is... They literally want to make movies instead of games, and their games play exactly that way. You can tell. You know, these 30 no, not even 30. I think their games run at 25 FPS because that's movie like. Yeah, they're sniffing their own farts. It's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing.
Exploiting these games for profit. Let's be honest, it's exactly what these companies are doing. As much as these guys want to come out and be like, guys, I'm trying to make the most creative thing ever. You have to understand, stop bullying me online.
Yeah.
There are executives that are above you that are trying to milk this industry as hard as they possibly can, and they don't care if it collapses because they'll just go get a job in another industry. That's what CEOs do. Watch the path of some of these guys. They are destructive forces. But it's no surprise now that we're starting to see the pendulum swing in the opposite direction. Back to video games just being video games.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly when it happened for me, but when I look at the numbers that they were showing, this is almost the exact same timeline or experience that I felt, where I started playing less and less AAA games and more indie games. And while
oh yeah, I've long stopped playing AAA games because they're all shit. Why would I play shit if I can play something nice? It's the same, like, why would I eat shit if I can't eat something nice? Of course I choose the nice thing.
There are still AAA games that I get excited for. It's a fleeting matter. Once the honeymoon phase ends, I almost immediately start seeing the ugly head of the AAA hallmarks that I've gotten all too used to, and I just walk away and go back to an indie game.
Yes.
Now, all of this explains why people aren't playing AAA games anymore. And these analysts are starting to figure it out, which means investors are also going to figure it out. That part I don't necessarily like, but they have all the data, they have the analytics. But the one thing that these guys don't seem to understand is why people play indie games.
Oh.
It should probably come as no surprise, but I've somehow already sunk over 30 hours into Mutagenics, and I don't exactly know when that happened. I just kind of blinked and a couple days disappeared. I haven't really been sleeping all that well recently, but I will say one of the things that I realized is how few of these indie devs give a fuck. This is a game about eugenics. It's about trying to breed the perfect cat-killing machine using D&D party...
Wait. The perfect cat-killing machine? Okay. Now that's interesting.
Class structure inside of a tactical turn-based roguelike where you can end up breeding cats that have autism and ADHD. The voice cast includes literal real-life ideological enemies like Ethan Klein and iDubbbz. The devs actually put Chris Chan in this game. And of course, the second the game dropped, it got the usual problematic treatment. PC Gamer ran the whole entire controversy pre-game. Rock, Paper, Shotgun grilled Edmund McMillan over the casting, and his answer is perfect. He just said if he had only picked who he agreed with, he'd be the only one meowing in the game. And I can't lie, that is absurdly refreshing. I think that that's a huge reason why a lot of these indie games are taking over. It's not better tools, it's not marketing trends, it's not whatever analyst language.
See this game? This game looks fun. Immediately, I don't know how much we have seen, 5 seconds, almost 10, just, and this game looks fun. It looks fun. This looks like something I at least would look at. you know? Unlike Starfield or the last Assassin's Creed. Oh, hi God. Ugh.
That they want to use is that these games are being made from the roots again. Somebody with vision, someone making something that they think is cool without spending half of their dev cycle terrified of online drama, politics, trends, optics, or whether or not some consultant is going to try to flag a line of their dialogue. It's two questions. Is this cool and is this fun? And that mindset keeps winning. I think that Nishikado quote from earlier nails this perfectly. Developers should make their own games first. Indie games still have that quality behind them where you can feel a person behind it. Somebody's taste, somebody's weirdness, somebody's obsession, not a product that's built to satisfy 10 different incentives at once. Games like Mugenics feel selfishly made, and that's not a flaw. That's where some of the best games come from. The Legend of Zelda exists because Miyamoto wanted to bottle his own childhood, exploring caves in the countryside of Japan, and turn that feeling into a video game. Concerned Ape made Stardew Valley because he felt that Harvest...
These games look nice. Even if that is everything I can say about it, they look nice. And they're immediately better than the majority of AAA games. How is this even possible? AAA devs really don't give a fuck about their own games. That's why.
Boone kept getting worse. Notch made Minecraft as a personal project because he just loved the loop of building stuff with blocks. Miyazaki, his whole approach to FromSoft storytelling, the gaps, the fragments, that comes from him being a kid who couldn't read Western novels, Western fantasy novels that he was obsessed with, so he just started filling in the blanks with his own imagination.
Cool.
Yoko Taro, Nier Automata, that's basically him just giving his own personal retelling of Evangelion through his own weird lens. You keep going down the list.
Really? That's weird. Especially seeing that I really like Evangelion and I hate Nier Automata. It's, oh my god, this is comedy gold.
And you're going to realize something very fast. Most of the games that people actually love didn't start off as a market demand. They started off as somebody wanting to make something that they thought was cool, something that they thought was fun. You know, for a really long time, I assumed that a lot of these big indie hits were just about listening to the players. Like, these guys are DJs out there taking requests, just perfectly responding to market feedback. But the more that I watch it, the more I come to realize that these guys are the ones that are making the call and then answering it themselves. They're not some alien species. They are you. They are me. They're sitting around asking, what happened to that game? Where did that game go? Why doesn't anybody make a game like this? And instead of waiting, these guys are just doing it themselves.
Yeah.
And when I start to look at it through that lens, why these games are being made, the way these games are being designed, the success makes a lot more sense. These games make a lot more sense. They're making games for themselves as a video game player. When I play an indie game, I boot it up and I just play it. Even if it's on the first playthrough, there's barely any downtime. No 10-minute movie intro, no long-winded exposition, no tutorial that's keeping me from playing the actual game. Meanwhile, with AAA games, they become increasingly more abrasive and convoluted. I remember when I was reviewing Call of Duty.
Why does this look worse than the games we have seen before? You know, when I said, oh, these look nice, this doesn't. This looks meh. We have seen these graphics 100 million times and they're boring. They're just boring. Maybe I'm too negative, but Jesus, this looks so boring.
Black Ops 7, and it took me almost 15 minutes just to get to actual gameplay. Shaders installing, updating, restarting, relaunching, agreeing to sharing my data and their community guidelines and whatever else, then more cutscenes and menu juggling. And the whole time I'm just sitting there thinking, all I want to do is play a game. I just want to play the game. The longer you keep me from doing that, the more likely I am to leave. A lot of indie games remind me of older games for that reason. Over the holidays, I got gifted one of those digital Super Nintendos. I sat down, I turned it on, and I immediately realized none of that friction ever existed back then.
Yeah.
The focus was entirely on you.
But yeah, also, it's let's say it this way: these games were made for children, at least mostly, and you know, getting them just into the action I mean, why wouldn't they do that? Also, bring them into action. I mean, there was no live service back then. You bought the game and that's it. So there is no reason for the developers to not have you go right into the action. It wouldn't make any sense.
Getting into the game fast and having enough game there to keep you. Hell, most of the games didn't even have tutorials. All they did was just drop you into the game and had you figure it out. And figuring it out was actually part of the fun.
Exactly.
You were discovering the controls. You were discovering the game itself, bare bones with context or no context at all, and you were just off to the races. So now here I am playing eugenics, and I'm realizing it's the exact same attraction. You breed cats, cool, but the game is not sitting you down and spoon feeding you all of the optimal breeding paths. It's not even telling you how to guarantee traits, what stats belong on what role, what the best build is, or any of that. You get basic controls, and that's about it. You don't even know how terrain works, how you can use elements, how chain abilities work, or how you can use items properly. The game just gives you a puzzle, throws it in your lap, and says, figure it out. A lot of modern games.
That's, I want to say it's kind of like Arc Raiders, but it's kind of, Arc Raiders does have a tutorial, but the tutorial is literally, you start playing the game. When you start playing Arc Raiders for the first time, you literally get thrown into the tutorial without being able to get into the options menu, which you can hate, can like. Personally, I don't like that. I rather go right into the menu, change things to where I like them to be, and then start the game. That's what I prefer. But their tutorial was actually good. I sadly, at the end, didn't listen to it. That's why I, in my first raid, didn't know how to extract. Stupid. But yeah. It's good. It's a good tutorial.
Have moved away from that. Everything gets explained in full detail. Nothing gets left unsaid. It's all in the name of accessibility. So they just want to make sure that everyone understands the game because they need everyone to understand the game. So they spell everything out. They flatten the learning curve. They sand down the edges. And once that mindset takes over, it just starts bleeding into the rest of the design. The game is so complex. Well, now they're going to over-explain. Then they notice that they're over-explaining. So now they simplify. They remove features. They remove texture.
Yes.
They make it easier to swallow. In that process, the game starts to lose its feeling of discovery. It starts.
This character looks cool. It looks really interesting. I have no idea what that is supposed to be, but it looks cool. Just, random side note.
Starts to lose its feeling of a video game. It starts to lose the sense of exploration and achievement that you only get from earning your understanding, which is the whole reason that we play a lot of these games. Beyond that, the final point that I'm going to make, if you guys really want to know why indie is winning, and yes, I know that I harp on this point a lot, the biggest deciding factor here is price. And I don't just mean that indie games are cheaper so people buy them. I mean, price changes the shape of success here.
Yeah.
It makes the difference between basically all of these games. It makes these games way easier to try, way easier to recommend, way easier to go viral, and it's how you end up with indie outpacing AAA at nearly 3 times the growth. Like, do the math. If you bought every indie hit in 2025, you'd be looking at around $300. If you bought every AAA release, you'd be north of $1,600. That is a huge gap.
Okay, that's massive. Oh my god, yeah. How about now? How about now?
Is the difference between, sure, I'll grab it and I need to be convinced that I'm not going to waste my money. There is simply more room for players to say yes with indie games than there is with AAA, and it's not even close. Indie games are simply just better pretty much across the board. Indie games are being made by people who still have their incentives that are lining up with the players. They respect your time. They feel fun immediately. They make something that people actually want to play, while AAA is sitting around making games for everybody else except the player.
Yeah.
These games are just better.
That's exactly how I feel. AAA games are made for everyone, which means they are made for no one. That's why they are so mediocre. While indie games are made for a specific type of player, and they will enjoy it. And they aren't scared of, not selling enough copies, because they make a niche product. And when niche product hits, then it hits. It's that simple. It's very, very simple. It's like, oh, you create a tool to just an indie game with a niche audience is just a hammer. What do you do with the hammer? You sell it to someone that needs to hammer nails into whatever. You don't sell it to someone that needs to clean windows, because you can't. You don't sell your hammer to someone that needs to paint a wall. It's that same concept.
In every single way, whether it's affordability, whether it's creativity, whether it's even the way they look in some cases. I mean, look at some of these games visually. You can take a screenshot and almost know exactly where some of these games are coming from, but with a lot of these modern AAA games, they all look the same. They're spending millions of dollars chasing the exact same aesthetic because none of these guys understand where success is coming from.
Exactly.
It reminds me of this video that I saw where some guy green screened my apartment's background into his video. Flattering, weird, but it's definitely, you're going down the wrong lane. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Wait, what?
I just want people to appreciate how much this industry is flipped. Like, it's completely transformed at this point. Nearly everybody I know outside of people that play Nintendo games are skeptical of every single AAA release, but are over the moon for a $20 indie game that's coming from somebody that's a nobody, that's coming from nowhere. But to be honest with you, that nobody from nowhere is a lot closer to you and I than a C-suite executive that's trying to slap another character with a Killmonger haircut because they believe that it's better for audience demographics.
Of course.
When did you guys start waiting for AAA releases instead of counting them down? You know, back in the day, 10, 15 years ago, people were waiting outside in the blistering cold, in the smoldering heat. They were already sold on these games years before they ever released. Now, everybody waits. I was back there when the ancient texts were first written for the Wrath of the Lich King launch, for Grand Theft Auto 5, for Halo 3, even further back than that. Oh, man. Feel like I'm fading right now. But, you know, part of that is digital downloads. That's the reason why people didn't show up for them anymore. But the other part of nothing's stopping people from playing some of these games and waiting up until midnight until they launch, but that doesn't really happen. We stopped waiting. We stopped showing up.
Yeah.
You know, if this year plays out like last year did, we're going to see a lot more than 3 times the growth. These guys are going to surrender more and more of this industry at an ever-increasing rate, and it's ultimately going to end up in more layoffs, more studio closures,
Yeah.
and to be honest with you, while there's going to be a lot of people, at least in games media, that are going to be mourning that, I'm going to be celebrating the better games.
Same.
Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, follow me on social media, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitch. And I will catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'm going to bed. Peace.
Great video. Great video. Okay. We are doing something. This needs to be way bigger. This should be fine. Okay. Like I said before, we are now brainstorming a new game. We are brainstorming a new game. So, brainstorming a new game. What shall it be? Action game. Action game. No, don't. We do, yeah. Action game. Action game. Action. Action game. We are making an action game. Shit. So, what does it have? Third person. If it's a live service, is live Service. We go with a third person because of the skins. Third person, not live service. We don't care. Make it first person. Just shooter. Ego shooter. So, here we go. A lot of those things go together with both. A lot of game modes. What do we go? We actually... deathmatch. Deathmatch. Team deathmatch. Team deathmatch. We have to have that. Maybe that's a little too big. Okay, team deathmatch. Capture the flag. This confirm kill where you pick up their stuff. I have no idea how that's called. Let's go with domination. That's 2. That's nice. What else? Let's let that be the core. This is the core. Where can I... What happened? Okay. That's the core. That's the core. That's the core game. Now we add on to this. This is the core game. This is where you focus everything on when it comes to gameplay. These are small things that you can implement into every action game. It doesn't matter if it's an ego shooter, it's a third person, live service, not live service. It doesn't matter. These are things you can put into literally every game and they are fine. Now, if you want to, you can add additional game modes that are like battle royales. Big modes. Big modes. What do we choose as big modes? Battle Royale. Battle Royale. Extraction. Whatever. The X doesn't work properly. Any other ideas, chat? Battle Royale, Extraction, or open world, whatever. Open world, whatever. Okay. I think that's good. Okay, now here. This color. How do you make money if it's a live service game? Skins. Skins. I said skins. And here is also what I thought about. Renting out servers. Like in the big old times. there were games where you could rent out servers from the developers and make it your own servers with password, mods on it, and all that fancy stuff. And I think that's one thing that live service games these days don't do, because I don't know, they're retarded. That you can do. You can do that. You 100% you still can do that. That, you know, French groups come together and one of these guys rents a server where he runs the game, where the game runs with however he wants it to run, you know, with mods and all that stuff, and what maps. He chooses that, and he and his friends can play on it. They get the password and all that shit. It's possible. How do I know it? Because back in the day, that was the standard. Well, kind of the standard. I mean, it's still kind of the standard for some people that play old games. They just make their own servers. Because there are no game servers from the game makers anymore. Like original Unreal Tournament. People still play it online. They just run their own servers. It's not hard. You have skins, you have renting out servers. And I think you might not even need battle passes. But we can put it here, even though I really don't like battle passes. And here, let me same thing. Box price. Box price of game. And then renting out servers. There. Renting out servers is a continuous income. If you have a multiplayer game that's not live servers. You have a box price and then you rent out servers. There. Could work, would work. And this is fundamentally already, you know, oh yeah, this is done. We have a general concept. Now, do we want to go into more detail? Okay, we can go into more detail. How about setting? What setting do we choose? Sci-fi? With castle maps. Oh, right. Sci-fi. Sci-fi with castles, spaceships, alien planets. What else? That doesn't really matter. You have sci-fi guns. Sci-fi guns. Realistic guns. Both works, even combined. A lot of shit works. Oh, right. Attractive characters goes for both. we have to have both, because people don't like looking at ugly shit. So you need decently attractive characters. Looks good so far. I mean, you can make an ego shooter a live service game, but if you wanna sell skins, having third person is better. Definitely better. Okay. We are here. I think we are already done. Why was that so easy? Huh. Guess I'm a genius. Look at this. I did what AAA games couldn't do. And this year especially is very important, I think. I agree with it's this guy. Legendary drops. That focusing on only having one game mode, like a battle royale or extraction or whatever, is a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake. Unless you have something that's really, 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 really special, that really works very well. Like Argrader says. Or Highguard thought it had, but it didn't. If Highguard had all these here too, it might have been more successful. But more successful at all. Because it wasn't. And if it then had, you know, attractive characters. An interesting setting. Because the setting is not interesting. Highguard's setting is a sci-fi wannabe fantasy, and it completely didn't work because everything was fantasy, but then they had guns and power armor, and that didn't even fit the universe. It didn't make any sense. Now, if the guns would have been actual sci-fi guns that used the magic of the players to do something unique, that would have worked. But this, the way it was, it completely didn't work. It was a mess. It was a mess. A complete mess. And that's why, for example, the weapons and Unreal and Unreal Tournament always worked. It was sci-fi, but on a planet that was primitive. And that's why the weapons worked. It was great. And that's why I really want to see the weapons of Unreal Tournament and Unreal being revitalized in Fortnite or in any other game. Because the weapons of Unreal, of the Unreal Universe, were so unique. You barely have seen anything like that anywhere else. That's what makes them so good. And unique. And in Unreal Tournament, you were running around completely sci-fi in castles and shit like that. And that's also, when it comes to setting, just copy existing good maps there. Copy existing good maps. For example, I still remember maps of Unreal Tournament and Craig 3. Like deck, how it was called? Deck 16, I think it was. Great map, awesome map. Just copy that shit. Just copy and put it in a game. What's the fucking problem? Just texture it differently and give it a different name or something like that. That is possible. You can do that. No one cares. But yeah, fundamentally, I think I would be fine with going for any of these sites because both would work. Now this site is more safe. This site is safer. Now you can run your own servers as the publisher, the maker of the game, and then, for example, sell skins. You can do that on top of the renting out servers. You can do that. Absolutely. And you have a yes, running your own servers when selling out skins. Yeah, you can do that. And yes, sorry, I'm repeating myself because I lost my train of thought. And then this would work too. Just would make some more money. Would work. I can totally see that. But if you do a live service game, you need attractive characters to sell skins. Because I can tell you, no matter how much I like our creators, I don't like how the characters look. I would rather have a female character with 90-60-90 measurements and get nice outfits for her than what I have now. The game would also, to be fair, attract more people. Now the people that play the game, they don't really care about their characters. But if you can make an actual attractive character, people would start caring about the characters. And then you would sell more skins and make more money. But yeah, that's how I would design a game. If you have any ideas, if you agree with me, disagree with me, let me know in the comments. If you like this video, give it a like. And if you want to see more, subscribe. See you next time. Bye bye. And that's another YouTube video. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. No, I just wish I knew how to... Oh, right. I save it. JPEG game idea. Yeah, saved it. Okay. What now? What now? We are almost 5 hours. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna edit a video after this and put it out today. I might edit another video after that for tomorrow. We will see. The video that I wanna push out today is when we watch the Epstein Minecraft videos. There's not a lot in there, but you know, people might like to watch it. So I get that out today. Okay. Everyone, I hope you have a good whatever time it is where you are. And don't let the Epstein get to you. Bye bye.